the subscribe button. It just.
There we go.
And they smashed the subscribe button so no one else can subscribe anymore. Well, that backfired horribly.
All right,
That's
it should.
the opposite of what we wanted.
Stream is now. Hey, partner in crime over here. When you get a chance and finish defeating whatever that is, will you please refresh and make sure things are working?
No.
You're not my partner in crime. My partner in crime.
Fine, I won't refresh and let you know that things are working.
Well, I appreciate any and all feedback.
I don't know the stream address, so it doesn't matter. I'm not watching it.
But you're live. No, it's 420, 69, 666.
Overlord Rules Street 9000.
Ekin.
Kieran's are here. I will link it again in general. All right. It looks like the stream title is updated. It is in the general chat in the AB Roleplayers Discord.
Why'd you double post?
Because it was there before and you said you didn't know it.
Yeah, I know. Now you double posted.
Well, you know what? There you go. There is no double post. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just a liar. You're seeing things that aren't there.
This is like the most gaslighty argument.
Yeah, it is.
I am trying to find my copy
It's like an oil field in here, yo.
The Freeport book, and I cannot find my copy of the Freeport book, and it makes me sad-faced. So sad.
Okay, turning up the volume on the stream is a bad idea.
Yes. Yes.
All the voices begin to crash into each other.
Yep, they were, and I'm like, oh dear.
That's okay. When I first launched earlier, I echoed.
I will say the cat dance is unfortunate for Ixar, at least the females. I don't know about the males. Because the females, their tail will start clipping through their legs as they dance.
Oh yeah, that's been a thing. I mean, the only good thing is that I wrote on the forums to Toby, like, could you just fix the female Ratonga tails? Because they did the same thing. So I don't know if maybe they could do that for female XR. I don't know.
That's always been one of my gripes about anything with tails, is them clipping through capes.
Yeah.
And that is one reason why I never wore capes.
This is a 2004 game, so I'm just know that like everything's exceedingly limited.
I know.
You know?
Okay, so
it sure as heck doesn't have the budget of WoW, so.
Yeah.
Budget? What's a budget?
I got a quarter here. You want it?
Yeah, they just kind of like take the cushions off their couches and like they put that into the next.
Wait, is that EQ1?
It is. It's EQ1. Oh. And what's fascinating here is they've gotten rid of the Dismal Rage. The Dismal Rage is no longer down here that I see. It used to be in the Freeport sewers.
I have no idea what that is.
The Dismal Rage is the Cleric Guild in EverQuest 2, and in EverQuest 1 it was they existed here in the sewers, and it's where Opal Darkbriar was, and it was honestly the beginning of Lucan's faction, and the beginning that leads to the Freeport that we know in EQ2, where Lucan is the leader, and it's like this evil, corrupt city. We would not have the Freeport we have in EQ2 if it weren't for Dismal Rage in EQ1.
Hooray. Yeah, I played EQ1 for about a half an hour, then I discovered I hated running from corpses and gave up.
So I showed this earlier on the stream, but as soon as I finish zoning, I'll show you something. And you'll laugh.
Dancing out here.
We are.
A great time.
So if I hit this button and you look over here.
Something in the Twitch chat that might be interesting.
You see that right there?
Nope.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you're right.
Little pets.
You're, Azan, I didn't remember that.
But yeah, you see that? 200 total time playing Obsidian. Just Obsidian. I have multiple characters. You really don't want to see them all. 279 days, 20 hours, 28 minutes.
Yeah, I have friends that played it since it came out and still play it, so not a
Yeah.
shock to me.
Actually, I was playing it before it was even made, so
That's actually my.
I'm just saying those numbers don't shock me.
I know.
Well, you know, I wasn't going for shock value. I was just.
Mine is probably horrendous too. I don't even know what Kiki's is.
It was just a little. You can do it in EQ2, I believe, as well. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure. This is not my first character in EQ. Yeah, this character's only got 56 days on her.
It's slash played, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This character was made significantly later. This character was made in 2009.
You played yourself.
302 days, 2 hours, and 43 minutes.
Okay.
All in a row.
In a row, yeah. You want to talk about swamp ass, buddy? Let me tell you. I'm not going to talk about it.
Okay, where did they?
About it.
No.
Where did they put her? This map is so chaotic.
Colorful though.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of the Plane of Knowledge.
So she's somewhere. There's a priest of Discord. Where am I? I assume. Okay,
You're
there
right
I am.
there.
Yeah, I'm right here. Oh,
Behind the map.
So the militia are the beginning of being corrupt here. Let's go into the
Now,
city.
the thing that amazes me is that EQ1 is still getting support in like DLC. Like that shocks me.
It's way more popular than EQ2.
Yeah.
They have way more.
I know. It just shocks me that it's still going like that. I mean, I figured that would have been shut down a while ago. But
well, you think about all the friends that have been formed on these games, and I mean, everybody.
That doesn't mean anything. Lots of friends were formed on City of Heroes, and they can that.
Well, since you're so edgy and you don't believe in friends, the game itself, it has probably a lot more depth than a lot of better-looking games, I would argue.
I've known Ein since 2010.
Oh, that doesn't say much. I know games that look like complete ass compared to a lot of things that are better than some of the garbage that's put out.
But that's what I mean. Like, a lot of games that, they haven't aged well visually. They still are greater than the sum of their parts, and people still fucking love them.
I mean, I absolutely adore this game, but I've also played.
I'd play EverQuest 1 before I'd play the Marvel's Avengers game that just came out for one.
Well, in the interest of being more positive about it, I mean, there's still people that care about this game, and there's still devs that do care about it, and I mean, they don't do everything properly, but they ask for feedback, and I mean, if you're getting feedback,
they do the best they can.
Yeah, they do what they can with a skeleton crew, especially after the what do you call it, the Backstreet Boys reunion tour.
All the cuts that they've had, the cuts that they've had, they've changed companies.
I know. Oh, I know. I've been playing DCUO since it came out 10 years ago, and it's the exact same company. I am very familiar with all the junk they've gone through.
Yeah.
And I've bounced in and out of EQ2 now and then, so I am very familiar. The second I saw that Jack Emmett or Emerid or just, oh god, no, not him.
So, here we are, EQ1, Seafarer's Roost, EQ2, Seafarer's Roost.
Nice.
Oh, neat.
I'm not seeing it.
It's really hard to read on the sign, but it's there.
This is Seafarer's Roost in EQ2, right here.
Nope, I don't believe you.
Well, you don't have to. It says it right there. I mean, if you can't read, then that's not.
My God, you're so witty, lad.
That's not my.
Actually, reading the very small text is actually really difficult for me.
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
That's why I actually don't play EverQuest 2 other than to RP. I can't read the text.
Ah.
Let's
I see.
Vraktor. So you mentioned all of those other non-player races that have unique dances. Do they have illusion forms that you can do /dance and they'll dance those animations with?
Believe it or not, I am actually starting a short book line with every single EverQuest 2 illusion that I could find.
Oh, heck yeah. I know someone who would be very interested in that.
I have A through, I believe, F done.
Whoa.
Yeah. Hold on, let me alt and let me see.
That's awesome, dude. Oh my
Digging up a
god.
lot of the Legends of North ones will be a little tougher.
Oh
Yeah, I mean, it lists every single item, how to get them, what kind of item they are, etc., etc.
I was sad when they shut that down because, like, oh, well, now you can't get all this stuff. Well, screw you guys.
Well, one of our friends is like an illusion fanatic, and he'll
Oh,
often roll an alt just as an illusion character, and
I
he'll
was
play
gonna say,
that
yeah,
character.
just to do something like that with an illusion because you can.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, that's what you.
What
Like,
if I
he
said
had,
that?
at one time he was an orc, and he was just like an orc walking through Freeport, which you can imagine was fantastic
That
and went
troll
very well.
reminded me of Mom from Futurama.
Believe it or not, I have about 13 alts, 8 of which are Ixar, all the rest are illusions.
Only 13. Isn't that
it's
low
really-
for the average person?
It's really cool how people play this game and they embrace like the limitations of it to come up with these cool characters like that. You know, like
What's that phrase? Limitation breeds creativity.
is it?
It's something like that. Like when you. So think about what people did with EQ2 before we got most of the housing items that we had, and they made like entire houses filled with kitchens and bathrooms and stuff.
Yeah.
They found a way to make it work.
It is the saying is limitation breeds creativity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you be
That's
able
cool.
to
Yeah, like,
invite
I think-
me in your EQ2 group so I can come on over and dance at you?
Nope.
Yeah. Who are you on?
Vrakdar. Same
DA.
spelling as the Twitch chat.
I am ready to dance at
Give
you.
me just one second.
Vrakdar.
DAAR.
Wait, no.
I knew there was a duplicate letter. I just couldn't remember which one it was.
Thank you.
We call this the Freeport dance party.
I'll gather all the illusions that I can.
Okay.
Within reason.
Yep. The only reason why I like World of Warcraft over this game is better dances. That is it. But I still won't play it anymore.
You like the booty dances?
Oh, not even that.
It's okay. You can like the booty
just
dances.
variety.
There's no shame.
Just a nice variety.
There's
of it.
no shame in liking the booty
There's
dances.
no shame in liking the gnome ladies doing the if you like it, you should have put a ring on it. If you
Okay,
like
there
it, you
she
shoulda
is.
put a-" Yeah.
I see where she is now.
Queen bee.
Now I just got to get to her.
So it's not in-game related, but I'm super stoked to see that this Discord server has people writing stories and posting character bios finally.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's lore related. We create our own lore, and what's also interesting is that the devs have put fan-created lore in the game. It's become
Yes, they
canon.
have.
Really.
The fact that they support the community as much as they do is amazing. Like when they put out all the stuff for the festivals every few months.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the festivals was 100% player created, and it is 100% supported. The other thing is
Which I just freaking love.
Yeah.
we're not going to get into the full discussion of Tanist, but
No,
there
we're
was a discussion that I was a part of in the roleplay community about how people wanted open world roleplay, and it was suggested, and I kind of suggested that we do like Mara, Isle of Mara, because you could have a bazaar there, and there's like little shops and stuff like that, and that has become supported in game. Like it became a thing, and they actually started putting up little tents. And if you notice, Mara has changed from what it used to be to kind of support that idea. That's
true.
dev supported. They support the roleplay community and what the roleplay and people who are interested in the lore and create their characters and create their bios. What they do becomes actual game lore. And bringing it back around to what we've been talking about, Freeport in and of itself, Zanet Kaven was originally created, a lore kind of created on one of the PvP servers, and it became canon. It was fan stuff that became canon.
And like, so when they revamped Freeport, many years back now, I guess it was like 8
Everyone
years.
went to the Blood Haze before that.
Yeah. Oh my god, I love the
For
Blood
open
Haze. I
roleplay.
miss it. But
The revamps with the little districts makes me sad losing
Yeah.
those.
I'm
Yeah,
sad about that too. But when I was in Knights of Freeport for a very long time, the mantra was strengthen unity, unity and Lucan. That's what, like, we would RP that out in the middle of the zone, or we'd be doing /shout and do that. And the devs must have picked up on it, because when you do the city quest line, you're doing a lot of nasty shit for Freeport, like in the name of Freeport, and they usually end their statements with unity and Lucan. So it's like, hey,
Royalty.
hey, hey, you guys. I love that they just pay attention. That's what makes it feel special, and that's probably why I still love the game so much, is because they do pay attention to us. Like the broom mount that came out. Like, I don't know when I did it, but it was years back. But I put a post on the forum. It's like, why don't you just give us a broom that we could just ride, like a surfboard or a skateboard style or side saddle or something. Apparently, they did that for Halloween.
yeah.
Confirmed.
Yeah. So it's just, it feels like they pay attention to us, you know?
There are little silly things that they throw in there. Like, apparently, I didn't know all this time there is a working crossbow weapon in the game.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Claims of Power, I think that's when it came out.
Yeah, I have
Is
a
it
crossbow. I use my crossbow.
It has always been, like, they had it since launch, but they couldn't get it to work. And so it took just all that time. And they finally got it to work. And
Yeah.
Well, they also
sometimes
changed
you'll
how
T-pose with it, but other than that, it's fine.
they changed how melee works with it as well.
Yeah.
So, Opal Darkbriar, which was part of what I was trying to do back in EQ. So here's Opal Darkbriar in her Sapphire version. It is Sapphire Moonshadow.
And the game crashed.
Oh, she was
Sorry.
a high elf?
She has a high elf version of herself. So and we can find her in EQ2 in a minute, and I'll go look for her. Sapphire Moonshadow is Opal Darkbriar in her high elf form, and she is part of the Academy of Arcane Sciences. So she manipulates Freeport in two sides. She manipulates it in this illusion form as this guildmaster, one of the leaders of the Academy of Arcane Science. And this is one image of her in EQ1, and we will pull that over. One of the original image of her in EQ1 when she was in the Freeport sewers, old school models. The
Nice.
image of her now, there she is, right there.
T-pose or L-pose to assert dominance.
Yeah. And this is, I guess, what's become of. So Freeport has undergone revision at some point, and this right here is fascinating, because if you look at the map and you see this whole section, this all used to be underneath Freeport, which tells me that even in EQ1 they are moving towards the Freeport that we see in EQ2. And that's another thing, is their story. The revamps are frustrating in a lot of ways, because, like, we lose the Blood Haze and things like that, but they are changing the story that they're telling when they're doing it. So here we see shifts in power starting, where Lucan is starting, and his faction is starting to get more and more power. And they are coming out of the shadows and starting to have greater and greater influence in Freeport. And here is EQ, one of the EQ2 Opal Darkbriars as well.
Nice.
Also, when they did revamp Freeport, and took away the blood haze. Oh yeah, there she is. Okay. When they did remove the blood haze, the storyline was Freeport was becoming more militaristic, so that's why you have those gigantic crossbows, and all the war machines. Like they're doubling down on we're badasses, don't mess with us.
And in original EQ, you had that tension. You know, you had the tension between the militia and the Steel Warriors and the Priests of Mar. You had the different factions, and it's interesting. Again, it's compelling because again, Ott was trying to influence Freeport towards what he would consider a more positive side and manipulate it that way, and Opal Darkbriar was working against him. So she was working from the shadows and the underneath, and he was working from a different angle through Deliliath and like the Steel Warriors, what would become the Steel Warriors, and the Priests of Mar, and everything else like that. And that was one of the things that if you came into Freeport originally, old school EQ1, you would see, and there was a delineation. And I'm a Dark Elf Enchanter. There were places in Freeport that without an illusion I couldn't go. But I could always go to the areas where Opal Darkbriar was and things like that. And so you see Opal manipulating. Let's see if I can find her. Moon Shadow. See, she's not showing up. I don't know. I'll have to find the Academy of Arcane Sciences here. But she was manipulating from multiple sides, and she was creating the Academy of Arcane Sciences, where Opal Darkbriar eventually becomes the foci, and the leader of the Academy of Arcane Sciences. And what does she eventually do? But she steals Soulfire.
Yep. I remember that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all significant because what Atal wants to do, what his core interest in doing, is he wants to reassemble Tartan's Wheel. Tartan's Wheel in EQ1, you did part of it. You did his staff quest, and you did it. You can do it in EQ2, and there's tidbits and hints. I think it's a heritage quest for part of it in EQ2, I believe. I would have to check. But Tartan's Wheel, when it's fully assembled, and that's got like the Azia and Beta runes and all that, when it is fully assembled, Tartan's Wheel has the ability to take you to the place where the immortal souls, the essences of the gods of influences. So you can go there and actually eliminate them. So you could do what Rowan Thier has done. If you could assemble Tartan's Wheel, you could go to, and we quote unquote killed an orc. No, we didn't. We destroyed him and his power enough that other gods could take that power and assume his position. Much like we killed Ralos Zek and his children took his power and embraced his power and became the Hounds of War. That's how we mortals kind of actually kill gods or usurp gods, right? Or become, you put somebody else in that position. But if you had Rowan Thier's power, Rowan Thier with the Swords of Destiny could actually destroy the gods, right? And Tartan's Wheel allows you to go to the place where you could destroy the gods. And that is what Atal wants to do. He wants to go to that place and destroy Anoric. That's his ultimate goal, and Opal is ultimately working against him. And we have determined, if you've been on Norath long enough, you've determined that when you kill a god, bad shit happens.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Like, nothing ever good comes from mortals trying to kill the damn gods. Unless we're trying to usurp their power, nothing good ever comes of it.
I'm gonna jump off, but it was nice hanging out, and have a good night.
You too.
All right, we love you, hun. You rest up.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye. So it's fascinating that way because Opal Darkbriar is seemingly the evil influence, But she steals the Swords of Destiny, or the Soulfire, in part because she is trying to stop Adal from getting the power that Seraphim eventually has, right? And when Seraphim starts to get that power, that's when we have the whole Seraphim and Rowan Thyr trapped in Luckland and everything else. So the two of them are working against each other that way, and you can see it that way where Adal is supposed to be a positive figure, but he's actually doing things that can destroy the world. And there's some suggestions in some of the lore that maybe he is the reason that some of the cataclysms shook Norath. That we had some of the destruction of Norath, because every time he assembles, he says that the gods worked against him. And then there's also suggestions that he may personally be partially responsible for the destruction of Takash's and Sol Yusekro's anger. He specifically says that Sol Ro doesn't use intermediaries to go after him, and talks about the destruction, the deaths that he has caused. I can see if I can pull that up. Oh no, those are all your pets. I came back and I was like, what is all that? 15 billion pets standing in a row on top of each other.
I wanted to see how many it allows me to summon now, and apparently it's a lot. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You're fine. Summon as many as you want. They were just all inside of each other.
Oh, God.
My favorite mercenary to summon.
Yeah.
As a dark elf who worships an Oric. It's Firion of I.
Oh, yeah.
Do my bidding. Do my bidding, Firion of I. Serve the Father through me. I'm glad you're enjoying game. I'm glad that this is enjoyable. That is my goal. I want people to enjoy and interact and learn and find things fascinating like I do, because I just want to share my passion. I mean, I am a nerd who really loves the lore of this game.
It's amazing and it's fun, and I think about it when I close my eyes at night sometimes. I'm like, hell yeah.
This game has been around for forever. It's ultimately incredibly fascinating. Where is the... Maybe it's in my downloads.
Sorry it's taking so long. I'm going through my book and I just realized I don't have enough money to buy an illusion off the broker.
Oh, don't spend money if you don't have to.
I mean,
How much does it cost?
7.5k.
7,500 plat?
Don't spend it. I'm already camping. I just need to put money into the bank.
Oh, I think I've got $1 million on me.
This is silly.
You're silly.
No, I am silly, but like that they let me have this many pets up in one.
Where am I on this map? I wish I could make my character like emblem more obvious than the green, or people didn't use the green as much to build stuff, because I can never see it on this damn map. Enter on me. Anybody see where I'm at on this map? Oh, there I am. Okay, I found me.
The problem with having so many alts is you have no idea which one has the 1 million platinum that you have.
Yep. And you have to make sure that, like, if you make an alt and you just decide to delete it one day, that you don't have, like, 56 million plat on it or whatever.
That's all my money gone.
Yeah, it's just like, bye! Nice to see you.
Kane Darkmoon.
And then you buy a chrono and you have to sell it. And, blah, blah, blah,
and then you have tons of money.
Yeah.
Kane Darkmoor is also one of the original developers' D&D characters.
Oh, okay. Is he the basis of Kane Bale?
I don't know. I would... You know what? I bet I could answer that, though, if you give me a minute. Kane Darkmoor. I'm pretty sure he's in here. There's Lucan Delir. In EQ1, Lucan Delir has his eyes. Warlord Kane Darkmoor. He is the master of the Steel Warriors in Freeport. He's the leader of the Steel Warriors. He doesn't get involved in the conflict between the militia and the Knights of Truth. But if he is pressed, he will stand with the Knights of Truth as opposed to the Freeport militia. So what you see is the two military factions start to fight in EQ1.
Infighting is definitely a thing.
Also, Kane Darkmoor, the leader of the Steel Warriors, so one of the big factions in Freeport, who rules Freeport, is falling in love and courting in EQ1. Anybody want to guess who he's courting?
Mayong Mixmore.
No. Opal Darkbriar as Sapphire Moonshadow. As Sapphire Moonshadow, he's in her high elf form. He's courting her. All right, I see the
Can you send me another invite?
Let's see here. Whoops. I got the A's wrong.
Thank you.
It's both, Swedora. Don't you lie. I got both of them. Where is... I can't figure out... You would think I'd be able to see... There it is. The Academy of Arcane Sciences. That's where I need to go. Getting
That's
there.
Where the cool kids are. Just gonna throw that out there. Only the cool people go there.
Where the cool kids are in EQ2. I don't really think it's where the cool kids are in EQ1. They're pretty snooty in EQ1.
Oh, there's a Giggles in here.
There's a Giggle.
God.
A Giggle?
Is it a Giggle Gibber? Goblin?
Muted, though.
What?
In the Discord channel, Giggles is in here.
Oh.
Giggy Poo.
I do not hear them do a Giggles.
Yeah.
Oh.
Always, I think. Right? I don't think I've ever seen Giggy not muted.
It's okay. Not everybody need to do voices, Yeah.
Sometimes people just want to listen. Okay. This has gotta go somewhere. Where do you go?
I'm going to do a quick run of a thing, and if I get the illusion, I will be on my way.
Okie dokies. You can COV to me, or D. We're both right next to each other.
I don't have COV.
Oh, I can do it to you. I can get
Account M, baby.
It's okay. I can COV you. You just let me know.
Wonder how I get over to the Academy of Arcane Sciences.
Walk.
You take a left on First Street, and then you go up four blocks, and then you find it there, and you see all the dead people outside. That's it.
Where is my character on this map? It is so terrible. There's the militia house. Yep. Anybody see my... Oh, there we are. I found me. Yay! It just took me forever. Makes it very uninteresting. I used to know Freeport, believe it or not. But it was the old Freeport. Not this Freeport. All right. I'm going to have to go learn this Freeport. I bet there's a Freeport militia house. Founded on sweat and steel.
Founded on what?
Sweat and steel.
Oh.
See?
Cattle, would it be the militia?
No.
All right. This is the militia house. This looks a lot like the EQ2 one.
Yeah, it kind of does. It really kind of does.
So in EQ1, they've started to make the places look a lot alike. They've been
Didn't they
doing
do-
that.
Oh my god, it really does look like the inside of it.
Yeah, they've been.
Oh my god, holy crap. Okay.
So in EQ1 and EQ2, the storylines have been getting closer and closer and closer. So there's a lot of mimicry going on in what happens.
There you go. That's down to the jail cells and everything like that you have in the EQ2 jailhouse.
There's some bunkers.
Wonder if that frog lock is still there from EQ1.
Let's see, this goes back up.
I mean, the layout is obviously different, but considering like 500 years have passed in between the story, not that like they're. So it's an alternate universe, but 500 years in the past.
Yeah, I mean, this is our past, basically.
Yeah.
Right, Freeport is our past.
Yeah, a lot of similarities to it. Yeah.
Oh, look who it is.
Is it Bay? Is it him?
It is. It's the Bay.
Oh my god.
In his terrible, awful model.
Yeah, it really. Oh my god.
Hello, Lucan.
Just touch his butt real quick.
No, I don't want to touch his butt.
They'd get a restraining order.
I mean, I could probably take him.
Yeah, you probably could.
Where's my con? He should be con. Ah, ha, ha, ha. There it is. He's apprehensive of me. He's level 48. I'd probably win this fight.
He's kind of nervous. He's kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, he should be nervous.
Didn't he used to be in the sewers or something? Like
No. He was in the militia house, and he is a paladin who forsook he turned his back on Mar and betrayed his oath.
I knew that part.
And you get soulfire in this like there's the quest where you can get soulfire in EQ1 by encountering Lucan. And see, Freeport back here has that anchor, and if you remember, Kiki, in this image that we're seeing, that anchor right here, it looks so much like what we saw in the Freeport sewers in EQ2.
Hold on, the stream's catching up. Oh, yep. Yepity yep. That is true. That is very true.
That looks just like the anchor that we were looking at.
Yeah, I like that they kept the anchor for it.
All right, I am.
I think it's kind of interesting that they put the sign up letting people know where Freeport is in Freeport.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are here. Just letting you know.
Well, you might not realize that you're in Freeport.
Is this Kino? Oh, no, it's not.
It does look a whole lot more like a city, and like a shitty city.
Yeah. Well, we love our muck-covered streets.
Coalition of tradesfolk.
In fact, it's unpatriotic to not like the muck. You have to like the muck. Like it.
Of course,
like
Kiki would say that.
Yeah. Coalition of tradesfolk, aka the people that rip you off.
People ripping you off in Freeport? I don't buy it.
Wait, you shouldn't buy it. I really wouldn't buy it.
Oh.
I wouldn't buy from anyone here. Melee argument? Oh.
Melee augments. And he tells you about the different expansions. So I probably could come get some lore from him.
I was thinking of Ministry of Silly Arguments. You know what I'm talking about, the Monty Python thing.
Oh, hey, there's Faith and Bardos. Where do you think you go to get to the damn Enchanter Guild? I think it's... And like I said, the Enchanter Guild, the Academy of Arcane Sciences, becomes the Death Knell Citadel. Alright, I lost myself on this map again.
Dee, let me ask you again about that picture that you showed us last night.
Of Xanath Kevin?
Of that dark elf with the suspicious looking countenance.
Give me
Do you still
just...
have that picture?
I can pull that picture up. Yeah, give me just a minute. So, we talked about how Xanath Oddle is Xanath Kevin, is a dark elf who has been manipulating the past in EverQuest for forever. I'm gonna
give me a second. I'll rotate the image for you.
Oh, that would be awesome. I'll minimize it until you do that then.
I've lived this long.
But yes, go on. I'm sorry.
No, that's Oddle. And if you look at Xanath Kevin looks very suspiciously similar to somebody. So again, we have this history, this long shadow war. Oh, hey, there's an actual player in EverQuest. Obs is amazing. Somebody says I'm amazing. Thank you. Thank you, whoever you are.
Who already knew that? Me. I knew that.
I don't know who this is.
Guess what? I already know all those things.
I don't know who this person is, but hi. I have some suspicions.
Yeah. Just a second here. I'm still loading my crap here.
Sing the songs of their people. But that, yeah. Let's see. You have to do, I think, Boon of the Clear Mind? I don't remember. It's been so long. Yeah.
One moment here, and I will have it saved out for you here.
I got so many buffs.
You scanned it in big.
No, I just took a picture of it. I didn't scan it. I just took a picture of it.
Oh, your phone takes big.
Yeah.
I'm going to call him Elfie Boy. Because I'm so good at this. Okay.
All right, so eventually I'm going to figure out where the hell I'm going. Somebody in front of me can clear... Hey, Obs is amazing. I'm assuming that you were watching my stream since you found me. Can you figure out the way to get to the Academy of Arcane Sciences, the Enchanter Guild? I probably could use a waypoint, huh? If I was a smart person, I would use a waypoint.
It is in your DMs.
You're filling up my DMs?
Yeah. I just slid into your DMs and put the hot elf picture in there. You know. I gotta do what I gotta do.
Okay. So it's loading right now, and let me see if I can zoom that shit right. Okay, so this is Xanath Kevin. Xanath Kevin, look, does he look familiar to anybody? I'm waiting. I'm assuming stream needs to catch up.
Yeah, the stream's catching up. Alicia's still out here doing her shit.
Obs is amazing. I lost you. I see you. Okay, I'm coming. I'm following. Obs is amazing.
My, he looks like somebody that is in Freeport town.
Mm-hmm.
But he is an elf.
It's the big tower. Obs is amazing. Maybe. It's the big tower. Wherever the big tower is. I keep losing myself on the map. I'm not very good with the new Freeport. Make no bones about it. I knew old Freeport, not new Freeport. Look at those classy EQ1 run animations. Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. And that halter support.
I mean, it's important to have halter support, especially with like very little holding up the back.
What is a peasant woman? Look at that. They've actually got peasant people in the water and knight champions. Where are we right now? Let me center the map.
Make war, not love.
Make war, not love. Okay. Somebody worships Ralosek. This is the arena. That's the PvP arena.
To my ability to kill.
That is... We are up here somewhere. I don't know why it's centering us there, because that is totally the arena. I have not seen it on the map. I was trying to find it on the map. I just keep getting lost. And this is new. This is this whole water fountain and everything. This did not used to exist. It's pretty neat what they've been doing. I saw it outside. There it is to the right. So if you're standing right here, that is the Academy of Arcane Sciences. That is what becomes Death Knell Citadel. That is where I'm trying to get to. Where is my waypoint button? Or my find? That's since heading. Open, inspect, bind.
That's
Bind
awesome.
a wound. I just want to figure out how to get around this damn city. It's so confusing now. See, it's right over there. So I gotta go that way.
You need to use the bell system.
Oh, hey, there's night patrols down there. Do they hate me? No. Look at this patrol.
Hear them walking around like they own the place, which they do.
Hey. Freeport West, maybe?
Armor could be useful, but I've never needed it.
I've never needed armor. Okay. Okay. I really literally have no idea where I'm on this map, so we're just kind of exploring. But it was over in this direction. I should have used sense heading to figure out what direction I was going in. Hey, there's Trader's Holiday and Armor by Ichthar. Armor by Ichthar is still in EQ2.
Yep.
There's the Academy of Arcane Sciences over there, so I'm getting a little bit closer. This is a challenge. Let me know when you're with us, Frack, and I'll switch back to EQ2.
I just need to buy one last thing from a merchant, which I'm buying now.
Yeah, and I'm almost there, it looks like. Maybe I have to go through here to get there? Let's see. Oh, maybe I have
Court
to
me
zone.
in, baby!
Maybe it's in. I was in the wrong section of Freeport.
All right. Let me get that loaded up here. Incoming COV.
I appreciate everybody being here and listening and taking part, and hopefully providing me some feedback after we're done, letting me know what I can do better.
You can be even more adorable. And
You're
more
right, if we went to a house or something so that I don't have to humiliate myself publicly.
But I mean, you can, if you want to go to a house, we can type /house, and look for D. And you should be able to find my transportation house, which is open. It should be D's transportation hub, low lag, and you can enter it. Since you're in Freeport, it's actually published too. Let's see. Haha! There it is. The Arkstone portal and everything. Yeah. I just gotta find the wall around. There we go. So I was in the
Who do I
wrong
find
zone.
again?
And you're going to the... It's a house location, and it should be my portal. I think it's published under Medium Homes as well. It's my low-lag transportation hub.
Got it.
It's got all the portal pieces. There it is.
Yikes, this is going to be a bit small, but we'll make it work.
There we go. There's what becomes Death Knell Citadel. I am putting my computer to work today.
Let's head upstairs towards where we can see the sky. A lot of room.
Goes on strike and bursts into flames.
Oh, please no. I like my computer, thank you. Alright.
But it's for so much work. Thus the strike.
No. But I treat
Waiting
my
for-
computer very pretty.
Is
Waiting
it-
for everyone's favorite disease carrier.
I'm looking for the house and probably picked the wrong one.
Medium Homes, DIII.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's 4 of them came up for me, so it's the right one. I can see that it's by Freeport, so yeah.
Alright, well, while we're waiting for her, I am going to be figuring my way into...
There you go. Also, you have it transportation.
Oh, did I misspell it?
Yeah, it's okay though. Who cares?
I'll fix it. Oh, that's pretty. I hear a Kiki laugh. Oh, it's so pretty in here now. Man, look at this place. Okay. I'm watching.
That is amazing. Oh yeah,
We're-
let me get out of your way.
We're going to go down the list with the ones that I could get immediately. A few of these I haven't tested them out completely, but I do know that you will like the Othmere.
Spoiler alert! I already love them. They're so cute.
If you
I wanna
hate them,
play as
then
them.
that's great. Glory to Anoric. The father always loves everybody.
Heck yeah.
Just cycling through some animations.
The father loves you. Anoric is best. Dad is great.
I love the chicken.
Enric is okay.
Nope.
He's no Bertoxilus or anything, like, so just throwing that out there.
And
You know,
Prince Elevate.
Birdie had his chance to become a tenant of hate, and he turned it down, so, you know, I'm sorry.
'Cause, like, we're not conformists or something, like,
Like,
yeah.
he could be just as awesome as we are. I apologize if you're hearing the water sound in the background. I'm putting more water in my kettle so I can make some more tea. I have a wireless headset.
Not accepted.
Oh, he's got armor on him. Usually they don't have that armor on him. Usually they're like, hey, I'm a bare-chested dude.
Droax?
Yeah.
I have that one. That one's in the bank, actually. You would not believe how many Droag illusions there are.
Really? Huh.
Pull up the book.
They're really cool characters. I really like the Droag. I don't like when they scream at me. It's very terrifying.
Nobody should scream at Kiki. She's just too cute to be screamed at.
You'd be surprised.
Even when she is spreading TCR everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, let's be honest, so many of the people actually deserve TCR.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like,
You see,
I can't even tell you how many.
There are 10 Droag illusions.
What? Oh my god.
the heck is TCR?
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
Might I ask?
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering.
Take the book.
Are you trading with me? No.
Oh, Thank you. Sorry, I was like going to the stream part and then yeah. Oh, neat. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look through all of it. It has a key code, brief description at the top,
Holy,
stuff like that.
we did a butt ton of work on this. This is awesome.
You would not believe how much more difficult it is going to be through G through O because I put under the humanoid category, including skeletons, zombies, things that are humanoid in shape but aren't necessarily only human.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that one spanned 2 pages.
Oh,
You can
wow.
Split it and make an undead category.
Wow, look at this. In
Well,
EQ1.
At the same time, better make sure Saren gets copies of those books.
The reason I don't put them into an undead category is because there are a lot of undead monsters that fall under different categories. For example, the Goblin, which is technically a goblin, and the undead Sarnak costume, which is technically a Sarnak, but both of them are skeletal.
Well, I have the. Oh, wow, that's pretty.
Yeah, that is what becomes Death Knell Citadel. And it's flying above Freeport.
Oh yeah, it's floaties. It's doing floaties.
Yeah?
It's a floater. Watch out. Yes. It doesn't look that nice anymore.
No, it does not. But it's
looks like a
interesting
Nightmare Health
because
kit now.
it did not look like this in EQ1 originally, but it does now. Again, they're really pushing hard to kind of unite EQ1 and EQ2 again
Yeah, yeah.
with lore and storylines.
White Marble is a very.
There she is.
What? Hi? What? Oh! It's your girl!
Yeah.
D,
Sapphire
I think you
Moonshine.
might like this one.
The Grungok. They so stompy.
Oh, I love him. A goat boy.
Boy.
They've got really, like, it's a really nice texture, especially, like, on the nose and the snout. Like, it's really smooth and well shaded.
There are only 2 Gruengotch illusions out there. This one can be bought from within the hole. The other one is a collection item, and it is the Gruengotches with the robe, but not the hooded kind.
Oh.
You may or may not have seen it at some point. I had a Gruengotch called Shafu. I deleted him eventually, even though he cost me a lot.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Oh, he's angry.
Yes, if I actually had a dummy, I'd love to show you how they fight, but I don't.
Yep,
There's
Billy.
everyone's favorite tinker.
The Billy.
Make Billy dolls. I think I put them on Etsy.
Yeah. Little burlap Billies.
Yeah. I'd get one, but I don't want that thing in my house.
Why wouldn't you want a Billy doll? There's nothing wrong with the Billy doll. Oh, hey, there's the Wheel of Time.
Oh, and of course not. Of course not. A boog bear. He's so angry. Yard. Oh, that's adorable.
You like what you see?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to look between your legs. Thank you.
No.
Tested to see if they have a dance. No dance.
Oh God. Sagwin. I can never say it. Sagwin? Saugahin? Sagwahin?
The Chelsith creatures.
Damn fish people.
The Yale.
Yeah, like Yale. That's a bit easier for me to say, yes.
Officially what they're called.
Yeah.
The Chelsith people.
Fish people, look like fish, talk like people.
It's beginning to look a lot like fishmen.
Oh, that's cool.
We see the Teiu.
Ah, yes, the we eat. God. Why aren't those a player race, right?
Okay, but look. Look at that neck.
Oh, no.
Disturbing.
No,
Oh,
Ulthorks. Ulthorks are creepy.
No. Yeah,
Yeah.
they are.
Especially the undead form. I mean, oh my goodness.
They got so many toes.
It's just staring at me and freaking me out.
I didn't know
Oh,
you
it
could
is.
have armor still in. I've never managed to keep armor on the Carrick doll.
Really? This is the first time I've ever tried it.
Yeah, I've never seen armor on the Carrick doll other than the armor that they're innate with. So of course, I don't have
Basically the same model.
I don't have the male Carrick doll. I've only got the female Carrick doll.
I think I only had that too.
Gendered. A lot of the illusions are gendered.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
That's really cool. I didn't know you could do that. He's a beefy boy. There we go. Praise crap. Praise Kazakh.
Wrong
Oh dear,
character.
what have I walked into?
Oh, nothing, just a little bit of Kazakh worship. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
You want worship? I'll show you worship.
Oh dear.
We are looking at the different. Oh yes, bow before me, because the Noric is all. And I'm an
Oh my
archjustice.
god, that's amazing! I didn't know
They made
they
a
did
character that was a Teiu just because I really loved the sitting animation.
that.
He didn't
Oh
last
my
long, of
God.
course, death by ritualistic sacrifice, as all Teiu do, but still.
And also, I love that they gouge their eyes out.
You know
You
why
know.
they do that?
I used to.
It is in homage to Alagonu, their creator, but besides have it cool.
Yes.
Glory to the Father. No. Screw Kazakh. I mean, other than he creates hate, everything goes glory to Enoric.
No.
Yes.
No.
No, yes.
Nose.
Yes.
Where's
Enoric,
the turquoise?
Dad is Bay.
Excuse me?
That's an Aqua Goblin.
You don't know bays until you've seen Bertoculus as this new summer suit edition, okay?
Aqua Goblins.
Oh my goodness.
Aqua Goblins are critical to the story of the Combine Empire fleeing to Freeport as well.
The friggin' cleric quest line in EQ1, and I had to camp it for like
Oh yeah, the Aqua
Oh,
Goblins in Wraith
sure.
Mountains. Yep.
friggin' Aqua Goblin King. I'll never forget.
What
him.
is that?
This is a Ashlock. It can only really be found within Wormbone, and the Plane of Disease, which I think Hiki would like.
Looks like a giant rodent skeleton.
That's what they are. giant rodents.
Oh right, yes, I saw them in Planet Disease in EQ2, not in EQ1, but in EQ2. Yeah. When
Just hanging out.
I do when I go and do the planer, like different lore streams, I plan to actually go in EQ1 and EQ2 to each of the locations, and I have I'm making notes and stuff, so I'll be actually organized.
Yeah, you could do it by location waypoints and stuff. That would be really good. God, I hate those things. I'm sorry.
The Gremlins, yeah.
I'd be okay if they didn't exist. Ugh.
But yeah, I've been making notes and going over the different realms because people have been interested in what the different.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up?
Oh yeah, the Akivans. But
What's
what
up, arm boy?
the different planes are.
You got extra arms in your armpits.
Keep in mind that a lot of these illusions are gendered, so they will actually change their appearance depending whether or not your character is male or female.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
With the Grimling and the Akiva, they do change as well.
Okay. This is good.
And again, I appreciate you letting me do stuff while you were running your venue earlier.
Come to me, you want to give me a hug,
I wish I could get my plushie Akiva to stand up. It used to stand up, and now all it does is kneel. Makes me sad. I do love that they have the scythes that they can wield.
That's super cool.
Like those scythes?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's so awesome.
You can get them.
Yeah, I know. I just haven't gotten them yet. I need to get them, and then you can get essentially what is the Staff of the Shisar from EQ1, which was the Enchanter Epic in EQ1. I'll flip to it. You can actually get it in EQ2.
Oh, those dudes from the hole.
Don't mind me. I'm making fresh tea for my partner and myself. Watch out, babe. It's hot.
He's just so floppy when he moves.
He is. He reminds me of the pirates and seas, or the skeletons and Sea of Thieves, and I'm like, get out your scimitar! You gotta cut him! You gotta cut him!
Drop like one of your French topiaries.
What pose is that? Is that like Sid, or what is that?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my gosh. I will now act like a tree. You don't see me.
Don't you crouch at me. Trying to be all creepy. Now you're doing the pee-pee dance. Right there, that's the pee-pee dance. What I'm seeing.
I really gotta go.
But yeah, Kiki and I have been doing Sea of Thieves recently. We've been great pirates. Ah, the Sarnak skeleton.
Oh, dude.
That is a bleached Sarnak skeleton, too.
Doing
the haka.
I love the skeleton dance. The Sarnak skeleton dance.
Yeah, I forgot they do the haka.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's
Which
go
is really
to...
freaking cool.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen videos of it, people doing it in real life, and there's like hundreds of them in the room at the same time. Awesome.
Yeah, talk about intimidating.
Yeah.
On intimidating?
Like, yep, I'm gonna nope out of here. See ya.
It's also emotion filled. I've watched people do haka dances for at like funerals and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
it's very moving. So the cloak works, does any of the armor? Does the other armor work?
Oh, he is embiggened. Behold my butt.
Don't stomp on me. I'm tiny elf. I have spikes. Too bad Blitz is not here to protect Kiki.
Everybody's got to get protected from me. That's the thing.
Rock.
Oh, the rock illusion. I think I have that.
It's from the cloak of the gatherer.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
But it also makes you bigger. So that's one of the ways you can increase your size.
An amazing way to get rid of that dumb particle effect that it has is to use one of your class fun spells. Usually every single class will have a fluff spell. If not, just go for the basic Vision of the Thalosian.
Oh, yeah.
Hand of Veil, just toggle it on, toggle it off, particles gone until you zone.
Heck yeah. Sometimes there's particles on things I don't want there to be particles on. Like, not everything has to have particle effects. Come on now.
So that illusion right there is very familiar. I should probably not do this one in the middle of Freeport, so we're going to oh hey, Obs is amazing found me.
Oh hell yeah.
Let's go up here so that I am less likely to be attacked by something, and we're gonna come up here. Illusions. I think it's illusion other. Yeah.
Oh, he's the goodest boy. He's the goodest boy. Let me go. Give him pets. Give him pets. He's a good boy. This is how you pet.
Where is my illusion?
I need to get out so she can compare.
I think I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay. Where is my illusion to take off?
I don't know. This is just gonna take.
There it
off.
is. There it is. There it is.
Come
There's
on.
my original Dark Elf perfection. Let's.
Dude.
There's the werewolf in. I don't know if they have an. Nope. That is the werewolf illusion, but Boona the Garu, I don't know if they've changed it, but Boona the Garu looked a lot alike that, let's see. Drop it. Drop. Remove this buff. Let's see, Boona the Garu has to come up. But it looks a lot like this. It is an adventure buff. My illusion sword is a lot prettier than it used to be, too. It used to just be this crappy dagger that stood there. I don't know if it's the same.
Thank you for letting me spend time with you tonight.
Ooh, that's a first.
I really had a lot of fun, and I learned a whole bunch of stuff. I appreciate all the lore.
Thank you for being my support, Kiki. We will play.
Obs is amazing forever. 9,000. Text it.
Tomorrow, maybe Sea of Thieves.
Yes.
We can destroy some more enemy ships.
Oh my god, I'm so ready to just like piracy. Yeah.
Kiki has Large Marge, and Large Marge is in charge of our pirating, and she is amazing. Large Marge.
She's a huge old lady.
In charge of the barge?
She is in
charge of the party barge.
She is in charge of the party barge, and we fly our pride flag high, and and we have a multicolored boat, and we
Our
go
boat rolls.
destroy the enemy. We're
Yeah,
working on
and-
those pink sails.
Oh my god, we're just like
Sounds-
destroying the heck out of everybody. It's so great.
It's like fucking goals right there.
I will see you later.
Bye. Sleep well, my
Bye.
dear.
Thank you for streaming. I love watching you do stuff.
Thank you for helping me.
Anytime, Bobola. You have a good night.
Good night. I'm showing off your large Marge, by the way.
Okay, go for it. Go for it. Yeah.
So Kiki, if you guys didn't notice, is a phenomenal artist. She shared some of her stuff. Let me see if I can find this image, this sketch she did of large Marge, because it was awesome. Just awesome. Look at that. That's just a default kind of gentle sketch. And if you saw large Marge, you would see that that is actually very, very much what her character looks like in game. Like, that is like a short, quick, I'm on my phone sketch, because she's an awesome artist.
Like NPCs or something.
No, this is her character in
Oh, okay.
in Sea of Thieves. So let's see.
No, that's nothing about that game. Sorry.
Sea of Thieves, you are pirates and you do pirate things. See if I can.
Yeah, that's about all I know.
Yep. You go find treasures, shipwrecks, you fight giant sharks, you fight krakens, you fight other players. It's very fun. You pick it up and put it down and make money. There is literally nothing but cosmetics. That's all you are going for. Things look different. Like, you can't get better weapons. It's just a different color weapon. I'm trying to find a picture that kind of looks like large Marge. But I'm not seeing any of the Sea of Thieves pirates that look like large Marge right now. That's kind of one, but large Marge does not. There. That's a guy, but that kind of looks closer to large Marge. Yeah, large Marge is thick, and large Marge means business, and large Marge is bloodthirsty. Like, and is on point with those cannons. Like, you do not fuck with large Marge, because large Marge will fuck you, and you will die. Like, Kiki is great. Oh, okay, so they changed the Boon of the Garu illusion, so it just looks like this. But the old werewolf illusion in EQ1 looks like the EQ2 werewolf illusion.
Can I show you an animation that I just discovered for the werewolf? I
Yeah.
think you like it.
Give me just 1 second to put my human illusion back on, because it adjusts my faction. I already have it.
What's your faction? Huh.
Yeah, in EQ1, your factions are based on your illusion. So,
Interesting.
if you are in a human illusion, you are going to have better faction in certain sections of the city. Actually, certain sections of the city will like me more as a dark elf, like the areas around Opal Darkbriar and things like that with Dismal Rage. They like me more as a dark elf. But when you're in the Academy of Arcane Sciences, by the Steel Warriors, by the Knights of Mar, they don't like dark elves. So they like me more as a human.
That makes sense.
As an enchanter, it was very tricky, and I'm switched back over to EQ2, by the way, now. But as an enchanter, it was very tricky. You had to manage your factions very, very carefully to be able to go places. And a lot of the quests relied on you being able to have your faction and sneak around.
Right.
You ready?
I am absolutely ready. I was born ready, baby. Right now, you're just kind of doing a loop at me.
Did you not see it?
All I see is you kind of bending forward and doing a loop. You're like hula hooping almost.
Weird.
You should be able to see it on the stream in a minute.
Again. I'm going to loop it again. Takes a little while to recharge. Huh.
Expand.
Alright, what if I streamed in Discord?
Sure. By the way, it is official. There's a discussion going on where they say that in the attic we put, unicorns, glitter, and all that stuff as dark elves. And I am here to say that we do not put the glitter in the attic where we don't like to think about it. We actually, dark elves, canonically love glitter. Because if you have ever gotten glitter everywhere, you hate it. So, canon, Teardoll, love glitter.
I'm streaming in Discord now.
Okay, I'll try to pull it up. Oh, good. I've got a screenshot of Large Marge. Oh, this is Large Marge, by the way.
Ooh,
Is she not
Oh my
amazing?
goodness.
I
Oh
love
my
her.
gosh.
Is she
I
not
would die for
amazing?
her.
Oh, Large Marge
Large Marge, she's in charge of the party barge.
She is. She is
Mhm.
amazing. There she goes again. Large Marge is just
There we go, that's better.
the absolute best. If you do not have Sea of Thieves and you have a chance to pick it up cheap, it is so much fun. And you pick it up and put it down, and literally, your weapons are your weapons. Everybody has the same weapons. Everybody has the same option for boats. Everybody has the same everything except for cosmetics. And you get the Pride flag free. So we run every time. You can't see it in these pictures, but we have a Pride flag that we run everywhere we go. And Large Marge is in charge. And like I said, this is the sketch she did. See? Now you understand how amazing.
Oh,
Just her quick little sketch. Okay, I am going to try to watch the stream. We're going to see how this goes. We're going to stream a stream. So, I am really putting my computer to the test. I've got EQ1, EQ2, Discord. I am, let's mute this stream.
Inception.
Alright, you see me? Good.
Give me 1 second. There we go. Let me mute it, maximize it. All right.
Are you ready, kids?
I'm ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I can't hear you.
I'm ready.
Hi, Captain.
Because we're muted.
Oh wow. That is the
Ooh.
original. That is the original stuff for the Boon of the
I really
Garu
like it.
in EQ1. That is
Arr.
Boon of the Garu. I wonder if I can find a screen. Oh, look, if you go to if you guys go to screenshots,
I think I can actually play Sea of Thieves for pretty much free if I want to.
yeah. If you go to if you go to
And that's all I have to
screenshots.
stream.
Okay, I'm going to cut that stream cuz my computer's freaking out a little
You
bit
can
by.
get the Xbox Game Pass for PC for like $5 a month. Sea of Thieves is included with it.
And it's amazing, and you can play together. Everybody plays together.
Remember right?
Yeah, that's how some of our friends got it.
Next illusion.
This is
Monkey Man.
Large Marge again, by the way. On our Technicolor boat with our purple-ish cannons. Oh, those are the it's HR something, I can't remember. Those are in Bellius. The monkey people that make you think of Wizard of Oz. Also, I really appreciate all the support and everybody trying to help me out as I learn how to do this and I get better at it. I'm learning how to manage all the different tabs right now and the sound. Because eventually I'll have just the default, some of the default music going in the background. Ooh, let's pull that over there. And we're going to go back to EQ2 again. There we go. Oh. That is a pustling. That is a whatever. Yep. No, I don't need that tongue, thank you. We're getting one of those for our Lissy Day, by the way. If you haven't seen it, we are getting a plushie like this for our Lissy Day.
Okay, that is very spooky.
Yeah, imagine
They muted themselves.
me.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Can you guys not hear me?
Yes, you muted yourself in Discord.
And
dude.
now,
Oh,
I think.
You're audible on stream, but you muted yourself in Discord.
there we go. I fixed it. I did not know. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, we get one of those for our Lissy Day, and imagine what people are going to do with the plushies with the tongues. Sticking through
gosh.
walls.
No.
Yeah, it's coming. Yep.
Yeah, it's like, I got so quiet.
Yep. Oh, you know, I'm just super talkative, so. I'm a nerd.
You're valid.
Oh, that is.
Puppy with yowie hands.
Where's the neck? And those are some giant ears. You better hear like a bat. I need to look into the various therianthropes of Norath a little more. I know we've got them. I also know the League of Free Thinkers? Order of Free Thinkers? Yeah, they hunt like therianthropes. Lycanthropes, all that stuff. Even as they are some of them.
Oh.
I also want to do a stream at some point about the different variants of elves, because I think that's fascinating. I'm telling you, I'm not a fan of the Gremlings. With their big bloopy ears and trying to be dobbies.
This isn't a gremlin.
Is it not?
It's a pygmy from the
Oh!
Inn.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of them either. They're all the same family. They look very similar.
Same models.
Yeah. Firun
Same models.
comments regularly about how so many of these extra models have such great animations, and it would be really great if they went back and added some of those animations to character stuff. The original Knowles. Grr, bark, bark, grr.
I like elves. Those are cute.
Agreed.
Those have recycled. Well, I think the illusions have recycled animations from the Knolls, save for that weird hand thing that they do. Same with the Drollvargs and certain werewolves. They all share the same. What is it? They all share the same animations.
Doesn't surprise me. But there are so many animations. Firen was talking about how it would be lovely if we could, if they just put those on the player market, right, on the market, so you could purchase some of these animations. How much money would they make? You know,
A lot.
Mhm.
So you do well. Though certain models. Well, I'm sorry, it's a little bit late for me. Certain animations are linked with certain models, and if other models tried to do those same animations, parts of their body would probably glitch out or just cease to exist.
yeah, I know they have a lot of issues with the skeletons, but still, like some of the different idle animations and things like that, that make characters seem more believable. The scarecrow is really creepy. They did a really good job animating it and making it creepy.
This is the Sid.
Yeah. I'm excited, but also taking forever to get ready and launch my murder mystery for you guys to see what you think.
Oh yeah, I still have to work on the shop.
I've got 2 murders done. The shop, so I created a market that could be used to investigate things or for anything else. Ooh, that is a pretty one. That's a pretty aviac. I like the coloring, but I made a market that can be used for other things, but it can also be used for the murder scene. And it's the Haggler's Market, which is supposed to actually already exist in EverQuest lore. It's got lots of little hidden hints and nods to old lore. And that's what I'm working on finishing now. And then after that, I have to do the 3rd murder. And then I'll be ready to launch.
I actually made a character at one point in time. He's deleted now. Hictorok Raven's Guard, using this illusion.
It's really pretty.
Yeah, Tictorok. Like Tictorok.
I might bring it back, who knows.
Was he the original Ditch Buddy?
He was.
Dope.
And yes, whenever I do illusions, I always do my research into the classes.
That's one does.
I was trying to find an original image of Boona the Garu, but I cannot find.
I'm probably wondering why I have this big fist on my back.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Do you know what it is?
Not offhand, but I've seen it multiple times. Now you're a panda. Oh, I mean.
You remember Jing?
Mm.
So I found the picture of the original Boona the Garu. And it looks, I'm putting it on the screen, it's going to take a second, but it looks very, very similar to the one that we get in EQ2.
I think I see the resemblance.
Yeah. The way they sit and they animate is very, very similar too. I remember, I mean, it's, you know, a years old game, but.
Now, in order to get the Hua Main illusion, you need to buy 4 different items, and you need to have 40k faction with the Hua Main villagers over in the Sundered Frontier.
Aw, that's so cute.
Yeah, they are super cute. They have a lot of really nice house items too that you can buy there. When you get your faction up with the different Otis factions, you can do all kinds of, like, you can get all kinds of house items. Some of which make really good blood.
Ooh, blood.
From murder scenes.
Yeah, there's that, like, entire dungeon that's basically a murder mystery that you can completely ignore, but, like, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But it was so fun in the when it was launched, actually, in Sentinel's Fate, to do that murder mystery. Oh.
The stream is behind for me a bit. Now, you gotta see the dance. It is adorable. It lasts for... It's so short.
Sodora, our game, EverQuest has pandas because WoW had pandas and they wanted to put them in EverQuest. So they have them out in Sentinel's Fate in Otis. I think they're in EQ1 too, but they became more sentient and more significant in EQ2. Yeah, scratch that butt, panda.
Alright, looking through the rest of what I have in my bags, and I think I saved the best for last, unless I need to
It's all over now.
I mean, I don't disagree that it's a poor decision, but I mean, the game has a little bit of everything, and the Wameen overall don't really, you aren't a player race, and so they don't really become this big deal. They kind of exist in Sentinel's Fate, and then you don't see them anywhere else, except for when you do every summer the summer quests. If you are a subscriber to get your gear to, boost your character up, and the house items, the free house items, which really, let's be honest, is the most important part. Appearance and house items.
Fashion is ungaming.
Fashion is what it's all about. But yeah.
I did indeed save the best for last. The one illusion with the most emotes that isn't a player race.
I'm just loving looking at like the Freeport revision and like how much they've made Freeport in EQ1 really resemble Freeport in EQ2. I mean, some of it's different, but you can see here the hints of EQ2 in the coloring and the height, and that is I mean, we are literally standing right in what is going to become the Death Knell Citadel. I wonder if you can teleport in there. Oh, you can't reach that. Get closer. There's got to be a way to get up there. Oh, I'm swimming in the water now. Hey, what's that? Just let me know, and I'll flip back. Right now I'm swimming, and I apparently found an old silver coin that I don't have any slots in my inventory because, of course, I don't.
Are we ready?
Let's get out of the water. Up. All right. I'm pretty sure I have permanent enduring breath, but let's go. The Othmere with their pups.
I actually have an Othmere that I'm currently role-playing as. I think you might like her.
Do they wield all weapons or only some weapons?
Bigger shields don't work. They can show bucklers, though.
Their mouths are a little creepy.
Yeah, that's true. Alright, are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Agree. Applaud. Let's see. Only some work. Bow.
Yes, bow before me. Glory to Anoric.
Cackle. It's the same as, laugh, ROFL, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I know dance works.
Crazy.
The crazy animation is a little odd, but good.
Mm-hmm.
Cry.
Oh no.
Let's see. Dance. This is for the males. It's different on the females.
Oh, that is some creepy. With that open mouth.
Oh, yes.
Double take.
That looks like you're afraid or excited, like in awe. Or going, stop! And again, if you got the Xbox Pass, Sea of Thieves. What did you say?
Use
Weird.
Xbox Pass, you get Sea of Thieves. Try it out for like $5 a month.
Yeah. Discord was
Sorry,
offering it. Go ahead.
That was really weird.
He said something.
The only time that the audio for my character actually shows is when I chose follow me. That never happens. Weird. Anyway.
Curse this foul luck.
Whoa, okay, hold on, I'm gonna mute you.
You don't want to say curse this foul luck?
It don't work well.
Discord was offering some as a nitro, if you have nitro boost. Discord was offering some free Xbox pass as well.
This is a wave, or hello.
I think Sea of Thieves is only like $15 too. It's a lot of fun.
Still looking. Itch.
And I will play Sea of Thieves almost anybody. Like,
It's just $40.
is it?
Yep.
I must have gotten it on sale then.
Yeah, I just went and checked Steam, so.
I must have gotten it on sale. It also just released a major update.
This is the no. We have nod. Same as agree, I think, or not. Ponder.
Oh, he's filling out the CAPTCHA of Blitzcrank. He's filling out Blitzcrank's CAPTCHA right there. That's what he's doing, trying to prove he's not a robot. And yes, I am also Blitzcrank. Yes, it's named after a League of Legends character. Yes, I am the robot that is processing all the time.
This is the shimmy, which I think is a better dance, honestly.
I don't like what those legs are doing.
Okay,
Yeah,
but tail.
Tail
Be
is
happy.
cute.
That's the smile.
Whoa. It's a
Creepy?
little terrifying.
This is snicker, or laugh, or, sniff.
I get a very Ratanga feel. Ratanga are another, fascinating race. The expansion I really want for this game is I want to go into the Underdark.
Underfoot, not Underdark.
Underfoot. Well, no, because Underfoot is the plane of
Brel.
Underfoot.
Brel.
There's the one underground Norath, and there's the one where Brel came from. I believe I have seen separate references to them both.
Is it different from Thalumbra?
Yeah, Thalumbra is part of it, but not that section of Thalumbra.
Hmm.
So Thalumbra is cut off a little bit from them. Hi, Chef, by the way.
Probably why you need to take a teleporter from, I think it's the Mara docks to get down there.
Mara, Calithin, or Neriac.
Yep.
There's no actual tunnel network that will get you there.
To the section of Thalumbra, because the section of Thalumbra is right next to the section to Brel's plane. But the Narian Empire still exists. It doesn't exist in the same way, but we have never in EQ1 or EQ2 really seen the actual Narian Empire that is underground. And it is an empire. It's described over and over again as an empire. We have stories of different cities down there, all kinds of stuff. And in EQ1, we kind of get it with... we kind of start to get it if you go into First Gate in Neriac. They finally released First Gate.
Which is what is Fallen Gate now?
No, Fallen Gate is Foreign Quarter. Fallen Gate is Neriac Foreign Quarter. So that is where the trolls, the ogres, and all that existed in Neriac, and that's what Fallen Gate is. First Gate is what Neriac is in EQ2. Or, well, not exactly. First Gate is kind of cut off. What you have is the dead more. First Gate in EQ1 is really interesting, and we don't know if part of it's cut off or not. And then there's multiple underground cities that we know about. I mentioned kind of earlier. Yeah, shake that tail at me, baby.
This is the move. Oh,
We have it's Narthex His, and Narthex His is the original helm of the Teardal Empire, and it actually, there were tunnels under Freeport that led there. And
So, the question I guess I have is, because you get into Fallen Gate in Nectalos?
Common.
Part of the Common Gate. Yeah, Common Lands.
Okay, so, and that, why was that done? Why is it not in Darklight Wood with everything else?
Because Darklight Wood is, so the story that they have is that Neriak was a big city, and it never seemed to really show you that, but the idea is that the Queen Kristanos intentionally collapsed the tunnels in Fallen Gate to cut things off, and so a lot of that network that would connect the two is actually cut off, and what you have in Darklight Woods is a tunnel that has been reopened.
Okay, because what I seem to remember from when I went through Fallen Gate was that from doing the quest for the Sarge, is that a bunch of gnomes and, was it gnomes or halflings? One of those two. And wood elves went in there with a bomb and blew it up.
Yeah, and he might say that too, but the general idea is that how it originally got destroyed way back is that the Queen started collapsing those tunnels. I will go to, I was trying to get in EQ1 to see if I could get into this. It says I can't reach it and get closer, but this is Death Knell Citadel in EQ2. I just don't know how to teleport there because it's been too long and they changed the structure too much. But
so, question there, is that part of Freeport? Who's, because I know that Freeport in EQ1, though I haven't played the game, but I know that there was basically half the city was being controlled by the Knights of Truth and the other half was being controlled by the militia. And which half is that building in?
So it's complicated. So you had the Knights of Truth, you had the Freeport Militia, you have the Steel Warriors, you have the Priests of Mar, and you have the Academy of Arcane Sciences. And then you have the Dismal Rage. And in original EQ1, Dismal Rage existed underground and things like that. When they've done this update to Freeport, this is an update to Freeport, they started to really significantly change things. And I figured out who Ops is amazing is. But they really started to change things, and you start to see a kind of a collusion and a movement of EQ1 lore into EQ2 and emerging, and you see some of those things. So what happens here is the Academy of Arcane Sciences is technically in what would be considered the Knights of Truth section. And I've been talking about it a little on and off all night. You weren't always here. But Opal Darkbriar, who we know is the foci in Freeport in EQ2, who stole Soulfire and everything else. Opal Darkbriar is 2 characters in EQ1. And if you go in EQ1 right now, you only see her, by her name here. But she used to not be by her name. You used to see her as Sapphire Moonshadow, which was her and is the head of the Wizard Guild. And Kane Darkmoor, who is the head of Steel Warriors, is actually courting her. She's around here somewhere. And Opal Darkbriar is also the head of the Necromancers in Freeport as well, leading Dismal Rage and the Church of the Forsborn. So you're getting that merging.
I forgot one last illusion.
Okay.
One I believe is the most unique in terms of model. Let me know when you're ready to see it.
Go ahead. Just pop it up. There she is, right there. And I'll pop to Neriak in a minute and show you. Oh yeah. The Ulcoric, the generals from Plain War.
Yeah, I think they're called wraiths or war wraiths. I'm not entirely sure.
I believe it's for Wraith.
Yeah, it's what Ulcoric is.
I'm gonna make this boy thick. Hold on.
With the Lady of Insurrection.
I believe they're War Wraiths. Be thick.
And one of my books that I want to actually show you, I don't have in digital format, so I'm happy to take some pictures so that I can show you pictures of Opal Darkbriar and things like that. Yeah, it's Sapphire Moonshadow. But Sapphire Moonshadow is courting Kane Darkmoon, who is the head of the Steel Warriors, which kind of shows you how Opal Darkbriar worked in the background consistently and constantly in EverQuest to manipulate things.
Goodness, these creatures have really tiny eyes.
Yeah.
Come close and look. I mean, geez. Get
Yeah.
behind me and zoom in on my face.
They see with their magic. They don't need to see. They just hunt.
Kill.
Hunt and kill.
Oh,
Yep.
gosh. I really do like the fight, well, the idle fight animation, because, woo, it's finally a creature that flies. Hello.
Yeah?
You got a stubby tail. What happened?
Probably got cut off.
Poor thing.
I mean, they fight. But yeah, there's Opal Darkbriar. I wonder what she says. She considers. She
That
didn't say.
reminds me.
She didn't say anything to me. Okay. I am going back to Neriak.
Sleepy boy.
Yeah. Nectulus Forest.
The
Neriak
fainted
Commons.
thing.
Oh! He collapsed in exhaustion.
Yeah, he hit his head on the imaginary barrier. Alright, that's it.
Alright. Neriak. Where did I put my gate?
I'm gonna go out to Freeport and terrorize people.
Okay.
See you later.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for showing us all the illusions. And I will go out to Freeport and you can kind of see the resemblance of Deathnell Citadel. But Deathnell, the Academy of Arcane Sciences is transformed into Deathnell Citadel. Because Opal Darkbriar ends up taking it over as Sapphire Moonshadow, and then Opal Darkbriar is in collusion or cahoots. Oh yeah, I called the Guildhall instead. With Luke and Delir.
No, she betrays him later.
Yeah, oh yeah, because I mean we're Teardal. Let's be honest here.
Of course, Lucan's original advisor, what was her name? Tail?
Tail.
She went all voidy, and we saw how that worked out.
She was a agent of Rowan Thier. But Opal's plans are depths and within depths and depths, because she's been manipulating Freeport and the humans and Combine Empire since the beginning. There it is, right there. You can see the resemblance. But she's been manipulating Freeport and everything since then. And let's go to plain knowledge. Yeah.
So has she lived longer than your average dark elf? Because I was under the impression that dark elves lived to be about
She is not a
800?
dark elf. She is not a dark elf. She is a Eldar elf. She is one of the original elves that were taken to the plane of hate.
Huh.
And
I
she's
thought they were just the king and the queen that happened to, according to what I
so
read.
the king and the queen went, and then they, for 300 years, the Eldar elves, or Kuatadal, whatever you want to call them, the Eldar elves, the original elves, looked for a way to get to the plane of hate to rescue their king and the queen, and they finally, a group of them broke in, and the king and the queen were like, hey, serve us, and those who pledged their service lived, those who didn't died, and Inork corrupted that group of dark elves there and turned them into dark elves, turned those Eldar elves into dark elves. And of those, there were 3 called the Three. They're kind of infamous. And of those three were prophesied to never fall in battle. Not to never fail, but to never fall, so they won't die. And you have Opal. It's heavily implied that Opal Darkbriar is one of those. And then the other one, and I butcher this name, it's Alt Taal. Aataltaal. And Atalal, who I'm just going to call Ott, is a major player in Tartan's Wheel and has been around since, and is the one of those elves who did not fall to hate, to dark, to Enoric, and has been working to actually find a way to break into the place where the immortal souls of the gods are stored, kind of, and exist, and actually destroy the god in the destroy Enoric in the way that Rowan Thyr can. And Opal Darkbriar works against him, and so the Opal Darkbriar and Ott have existed since before the Combine Empire, since before basically since the elves defeated the dragons on Norath. Like, they are beyond ancient. They are like millennia upon millennia upon millennia, and they take the part of various different characters in the history of Norath and manipulate things behind the scene. So, for instance, Ott is a governor in the Combine Empire. He is one of the leaders of Landing, which becomes Freeport. He is a Teardal general named Xanet who helped. He is one of the people who help the elves of Takish His flee across the Ocean of Tears, but he's also Emperor Devin. Just like Opal is the Foci and a Sapphire Moon Shadow, and is a character named Rashala who was General Seru's advisor, who helped General Seru, who actually provided the magic that was necessary for General Seru to stage his coup and poison Safkat. They have been playing a giant game of mythical chess using Norath's different races for millennia upon millennia. They are as big of power players, if not bigger, than Mayong Mistmore. It's kind of fascinating, and a lot of that.
Mayong has only existed since the creation of the Ur Solday. Isn't that what made vampires originally?
That is one of the things that made a type of vampire. Yes, the Ur of Sulday. There are multiple types of vampires in Norath lore, and the Ur of Sulday, with a drop of Enoric's blood, is how the first Dark Elves were created. So Mayong actually predates Dark Elves. So Mayong is a different type of Dark Elf. The Edal are not the same as the Eldar Elves that became the Teardal. He is a different type of elf. He is literally a created, like, vampire. The Edal are almost all extinct. You see a couple of them in game. And they look different from your other vampire models too. And the Edal are native to the Plane of Hate. It's implied to the Plane of Hate. They are from Mistmere, and Mistmere either exists on the Plane of Hate, or it exists in another plane, or another realm, or another planet. Some of that stuff gets really confusing because it's not exactly clear in EQ lore there's a heavy implication that people exist on other planets, that life exists on other planets, but it's not firmly like ever kind of tackled.
It was my impression that Mayong was basically patient zero for vampirism.
For certain types of vampirism, yes. Not just Mayong, but the entire Edal race. He's just one of the few survivors, but yes, he is in fact one of the patient zeros. There are different types. There's like the thaumaturgy type of vampirism, and things like that. There's some kind of lictum vampirism, but Mayong is the predominant progenitor for vampirism on Norath.
Yeah, that's always been my understanding, was that his bloodline is the most prevalent.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's why when he went to war with what was his name? The Malconis the Hort.
I'm stream sniping.
When Mayong's bloodline and Malconis' bloodline went to war, Malconis basically got squished like a bug because
it's not the free blood. It's going to come to me in a minute, or I'll forget it because I have notes on this too. The different types of vampirism.
Is it real?
The free blood are the offspring of what's his name there?
They're the what is the name of the Teardal family that was
Is it real? Or is it a different one?
They were manipulating the Ursul doll, and they were trying to create. The free blood were intentionally created. They were trying to overpower the weakness, and they were using humans to do it, and to try to figure out how to basically make vampiric powers that you could use in daylight, and that's what the free blood are. I have some of this discussion in.
Is that? Because that's that whole Knights of the Dead quest about that, right?
There is some, yes. I am looking for some of our discussion.
Where you kill Sarkon Dariel at the
Demorte.
end. He's
Demorte.
Sarkon.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And Sarkon is the one who's doing the experimentation that results in the creation of the free blood, is my understanding.
He's one of them. There was a group of them that were doing the experimentation. There's like a couple. The Daril family is a secondary family. Yeah. So you have the Demorte, which was one of the original lines that was fighting with Mayong, and then the Demorte led to like experiments with the Daril, and the Daril family creates the free blood. Like I said, there are multiple types of vampirism that have all become, but those are all Edalian vampirism.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but my impression was that free blood was in part a reference to the fact that because Sarkon had been destroyed, that they were free blood. They weren't bound to a sire because their sire had died.
That is true, but they are also considered weaker, and they can. It's kind of a nod to giving them as a player race. They are meant to be able to exist in daylight, right? So they are free, not just of the sire bond, but they are free of the weaknesses that other vampires have, where they can't be out in daylight, and
It also, and again, correct me if I'm wrong here in my understanding, because I very well could be. My impression was that a free blood didn't have to eat people.
I think that it's not exactly clear from what I've seen, but I think that that's generally true, that they don't have to.
Basically, what they could do is they could go down to the local butcher shop, talk to the butcher, and say, "Hey, can I have a pint of pig blood?"
Yeah,
and they'd be fine.
There is definitely that implication. There's, like I said, there's definitely various types of vampirism. I've had
Which is why I expect that they're allowed to live in a place like Kinos, where normally vampires would be burned on site, but because the free blood don't eat people, that's why Queen Antonia said, "Okay, we'll give you a chance, as long as you behave yourselves."
Yeah. Let me take D in EQ2 into the Common Lands, and I'll take her into Fallen Gate. Right there. No, that's Wailing Caves. Right there's Darklight Woods. Where are you, Fallen Gate? Right there. No, right over here. Yeah. Oh no, excuse me. I was incorrect. Wailing Caves, I think. No. I'll have to go look. Yeah, No. Fallen Gate is Foreign Quarter. Yeah. It's been a while. All right, let's go to Neriak. And you got to take some, like in EQ2 or EQ1, they've done some revamping. And so what you see in the forest in Nectulos is not the same. It's actually been made to look closer to EQ 2 again. They really are trying to kind of push the lore of the games and the storyline and the ways together. They look a lot more similar. If you were to look at the old entrance to Neriak, it does not look like the new entrance to Neriak does. Just like this is the new EQ2 Nectulos Forest.
They're doing this despite the fact that essentially EQ1 and EQ2 have become discrete.
They are discrete timelines, but they are discrete timelines that are starting to overlap.
Or were similar initially and only changed after the point of diversion, wherever that was.
Right, but they're still starting to overlap. Like, the Lannis goes to the EQ1 timeline, right, to get the Dressilisk crystal.
That's where to get the Dressilisk from. Yep.
And they help Landaria from our timeline in EQ1, I believe it is. My mother-in-law still raids in EQ1, so she does some of this stuff, so I find out through her. Okay, so this is the entrance to Neriak in EQ1 now. Let me see if I can find... Oh. Let's see. Let's see what I can do. Let's do this, and Neriak, EverQuest. See if I can get an image of the original entrance. And if you ever watch me stream about lore, I will always talk about the Evil Bunny of Doom. And when I'm talking about the Evil Bunny of Doom, this is the symbol that represents Dark Elves, and it appears everywhere. And there's never been a clear explanation for what it is and why we have it. Ever.
I always kind of thought it was like a stylized representation of Inoric's face, but I don't know.
But if you look at Inoric's face, it doesn't really look like that. And we have different images of Inoric's face in Neriak. So it's really interesting to me because it's on pots, it's on everything. Like, it has been there for forever. Part of me wonders if it...
And nobody knows.
No, and the devs straight up refuse to talk about it. Like,
It's at the center of the... Sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's at the center of the Chelsea stone.
It is. It's at the center of the Chelsea stone.
And if it's on the Chelsea stone, that means it predates Dark Elves, because...
Mm-hmm. Because of the Shissar, yep. And it's the symbol... Yeah. And it's the symbol of a Neriak. And it's everywhere. And like years and years ago, I live in the Atlanta area, and they had a fanfare here, and we went, and I talked to Holly Longshadow, and I was asking about the Evil Bunny of Doom, and she would not say anything. Nope, can't talk about it. Nope, can't talk about it. I'm trying to see if I can find an image.
A rapid conspiracy.
It is, and you know, some people don't call about the evil bunny of doom, but it looks like a bunny or a dragon. Some people have said it looks like a dragon. But it is the center of the Chelsea Stone. It is, you know, critical in so many things. It's in the ruins of Takish Hiz, like you see it everywhere, and it is the core of Neriak. So let me get her over here.
But while you're digging up that image, speaking of Takish Hiz and the Eldar and all that, and this is a question I may have asked before, but you know, I'm still not entirely certain about this. Are the K-Dal Eldar or not? Because it's heavily implied that they are.
Yes. So essentially, honestly, every elf is delineated, other than the Edal, excluding the Edal. Every elf out there, anything that is a doll, excluding the Edal, is a Eldar elf derivative.
But it's implied that the K-Dal are
some of the original ones who escaped Takish Hiz by going to Kunark and hiding.
Because they talk about, you know, hey, back when we lived in, you know, back before we came here, we used to live over there, and we did our geomancy over there, and we brought it with us when we came here.
Yep.
So that makes me believe that the K-Dal are about as close to Eldar as any elf you're going to find on the surface of Norath at this point.
Except for Opal Darkbriar, and if we ever encounter Atal.
Okay, I mean that.
But
you know,
yes,
that you're going to encounter on the regular. The K-Dal are
absolutely 100%. They are They are probably the closest genetically to the Eldar. And it's implied also that elves could live much, much longer than they do, but that basically it's kind of a boredom of life and a lack of engagement in life and almost a depression that actually causes them.
Elves die not because they've reached the end of their lifespan, but because they just get tired.
They get tired. They lose the will to live. It's heavily implied that they could live longer, and if they wanted to,
if they had the motivation.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And it was kind of what I sort of expected, because I was sitting there going, well, you know, I mean, you know, having a lifespan on them makes a certain amount of sense in one case, but I was like, why do, you know, but the fact that, you know, that there's sort of that they could live longer if they had good enough reason.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can find that. Oh yeah, here's things. Narthex Hiz, the heart of the Dark Elven Empire, buried deep in Bristlebane's realm of Underfoot. You were right, Underfoot, not Underdark. And then the newer Dark Elf Citadel of Neriak. And that was at the end of the Combine Empire.
I mean, reason that, you know, for having interest in the Underfoot and stories about it is because, well, Rotanga. So,
yeah.
I mean, what more reason do I need? And that's where they came from. And I want, you know, when I have Sarist or, you know, or when other Rotanga talk about the Underfoot, because as I recall, the Rotanga only came out of the Underfoot not that long ago, really, in the greater scheme of things.
Yeah, and the Underfoot is one of those places that we just don't know about. Like, we don't go there. Like,
and that's why I was kind of hoping that when they put in, you know,
Thalumbra,
that there'd be like some more reference, more lore about the Underfoot down there, and there wasn't, and I was very disappointed.
And we go to the Underfoot twice. You know, we go to the hole and we go there twice, and we still have there's so much underneath. So one of the things.
But wait a minute. See that, and that's why I'm thinking that the Underfoot, Brel's Plain, and the Underfoot, a bunch of tunnels under Norath, are different, because the underfoot that you get to from the hole is a portal you go through in Altera, which is not even on Norath anymore
Yes, but
because of everything that happened.
But they are still the same. That chain went there, but the underfoot is still the underfoot, and the underfoot is one of the few planes on Norath that is has a direct physical connection.
So is it inside the planet, or what's the?
You basically it has a magical, essentially a magical tie to the actual planet. So when you go deep enough, which you do in Thalumbra, you cross over essentially to the underfoot. And you enter the plane of Brel, and you do that in the Thalumbra timeline, right? You see the avatar of Brel, and that's because when you get deep enough, it's actually physically tied to the underfoot. And the same is true in the hole when they originally blasted Peniel in ancient Norath history in EverQuest 1. That's how they got to the hole. They went deep enough and cross that line basically from Norath underfoot to planar underfoot. Brel is one of the few gods that actually has that physical tie to Norath.
Okay, because that was my impression, was that there were, like I said before, that there were two underfoots, and one of them was inside, and it was actual physical tunnels that you could walk around in underground in Norath, and the other one was somewhere else.
Yep.
And that okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, they're absolutely they're physically tied together. And it is so I'm gonna do a series on the planes, but it is heavily implied that like for instance, we can get to Doomfire and stuff like that, but that's because certain parts of Doomfire must necessarily be attached to the plane of Norath. Like they touch in the aether, and in order for us to have fire on Norath, part of the plane of fire has to actually etherically touch and order and create fire on Norath, right?
So
but
is that why we have Lava Storm, or
no? That's why we have the existence of fire and earth and things like that create this order, that create this planet. There is an etheric tie. But when we go to Doomfire, we actually can't go past a certain point in the plane of fire or the plane of water or the plane of earth. We don't have access to it. We only have access to the littlest bit of those planes that actually etherically touch Norath.
Well, and I could see that part of the problem with that is that if you went far enough into an elemental plane, you would eventually reach a point where the only thing that was left would be the pure manifestation of whatever element it represented, and you wouldn't be able to survive because people can't survive without air, or people would burn to death if it was just fire.
Yes, and it's also that the elemental planes are, and there's some differing things, but the elemental planes or the elemental powers are the, gods of order, are the direct creations of the Nameless, and they create order on the planets. So they are bigger than Norath. They are the...
So gods like, what's his name? Not Solasek, Fenenro?
Fenenro, yep.
Fenenro is basically just below the Nameless.
Yes. Fenenro, Zigany, the Triumvirate of Water, they are the Wraith. The Wraith are actually the ones who are the most interested in mortal lives, but those gods are not gods that can be killed. They are not gods that can be supplanted like the gods of influence are. They literally... Their existence is structured and tied to their element, and their element is tied to planetary existence. Not just Norath, or not just our universe, not just our planetary system, but the universes across the entire span of, existence.
That then brings me to the question of what the heck was Relizek thinking when he tried to invade the plane of Earth? Was he out of his mind?
Yes. Yes. The short and long answer is yes. He was never going to actually succeed. And he was never able to actually fully touch the plane of war because he only was able, again, to touch the section that connected to his section of influence. But, that's the hubris of the gods, and the gods of influence share the hubris of mortals. I actually believe...
Relizek has had a long and well-known history of biting off more than he can chew, and that's why he's dead.
He's one of the only gods that is dead, and he wasn't actually dead. He never actually died. We just supplanted him.
Okay, but then if you look at the but his soul went through the Ythrnir, and that's why all that trouble happened with Drenal.
Yes, but he did not. So you can't kill war, right? Or you can't kill hate. So we don't kill the gods right now. We basically weaken them enough that the entity of Anorik or the entity of Relozek can't reform itself because its power is too fractured. And then what happens is, and you see this in the storyline with Anorik and Lannis, is the demigods and the other creatures start trying to grab that planar power and assume it, and we see that in War. But when we go through the storyline with War, we intentionally give that power to the Hounds of War, right? So that they become the new god of war, because you can't defeat those influences. Does that make sense?
He got bumped up a lot by the passage of Ralos through Ythrnir.
I missed part of what you said. It broke up, or part of it didn't transmit. Can you repeat it?
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, so in the timeline for can't remember the name of the extension. Brain is farting.
Hey, again.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hold on.
Hold on, I'll tell you, because I can claim it by expansion. Chains of Eternity.
Yeah, in Chains of Eternity, it makes reference to the fact that when Ralos was defeated by the Hounds of War and assorted mortals, and when Khazak Thul from EverQuest 1, I think, for some reason was dispersed.
He's killed.
I don't know the details. I don't know the details behind that because I haven't played EverQuest 1. So
I'm working on that one too when I do my whole series on the gods.
When EverQuest 1 Khazak Thul and EverQuest 2 Relizek were dispersed, their energies passed through Ythrnir, and that basically supercharged Drenal, making him into a greater power when he'd been a demi-power before, and also made him mad, which is why people started falling over dead randomly.
Yeah, because he absorbed some of that planar energy, which is what the other gods actually, like Lannis was trying to do, the power grab Lannis was trying to do, and Ulkorik was trying to do, and things like that. And we as mortals, when we kill Relozek, are actually trying to prevent that energy from being dispersed and having a negative repercussion on Norath. We aren't perfect about it, which is why his energy goes to Drenal, and Drenal gets part of that energy, and you go through the whole corrupted process and timeline.
Which thankfully got sorted out, because otherwise everyone would be dead, and that would be very bad.
And we would be in the World of Warcraft expansion.
So yeah, and of course, lore surrounding Drenal is of great interest to me because of the way role-playing Sarist. So anything surrounding the Ythrnir and Drenal and all of that and what's going on there is really helps me develop my storyline, and I'm trying to work up more stuff with that going on. Of course, you know, it's difficult, but I hope to be able to get somewhere with it soon.
Yeah, and
making,
I'm working on stuff, like I said, a big construction with all the gods, so I'm more than happy to contribute what I can and what I know about Drenal.
because the biggest thing that Seraph is trying to accomplish now that Drenal is more active, and I know this really isn't under the heading of lore per se, so let me know if I'm stepping outside the boundaries of this stream.
You are fine. We are discussing all kinds of things Norath related.
What Sarist is trying to do, because he, when he was able to go to the Aetherneer and pass the trials, and because he was a Lycan originally, and then he went to the Aetherneer when it became available, and he passed the trials and earned Drenal's favor by doing so, becoming Lusian, because that's how I understand that works. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm a little fuzzy on some of that stuff, so I would have to do research on that one.
But it seemed to me that you go to, if you can get to the Aetherneer and you can pass the trial and survive, because it is possible to attempt the trials and not survive.
Mm-hmm.
The trials can destroy you. If you survive the trials, then you gain the favor of Drenal and become one of his children.
That sounds about right, because I know that I did some questing out there, and I ended up getting like one of his robes or something like that. Where is it?
Yeah, and that's what you get when you pass the trial.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why if anyone sees Sarist without his tunic on, he has a bite mark on his left shoulder, which is one of the things that you pick up in that quest. The Lusian elder who administers the trial to you bites you on the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And so Sarist has a huge canine bite mark on his left shoulder from that, indicating that he survived the trials.
And that he is, he's one of Drenal's chosen.
And that he is one of Drenal's children now. And his goal, and this is some RP that I've been developing, is to gather up the blood of Drenal's blood and return them to Drenal's service.
Makes sense.
So what he needs to do is he needs to track down various werewolves and other interested parties across Norath and basically build up the faith of Drenal and counteract the lies that are being spread by groups like the Sulites, who are saying, "Oh, undeath is great, and you should be undead, and it will give you eternal life and
live forever," because that's the Anashti Sul.
And what he needs to do is he needs to go to people and say, "Look, death is a natural step in the cycle. It's not that bad, really, actually, despite what those people over there are saying. And by the way, you'll be reborn and live again, because now we're getting into a Haye. Do you know about her?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, she's the goddess of rebirth.
Mm-hmm. She's the goddess of a couple different things.
But mostly rebirth. And she and Drenal are intrinsically connected in a cycle.
Mm-hmm.
He represents death, and she represents rebirth. And in my head, and this may be wrong, I kind of have Tunar in the middle as the goddess of life.
She's more the goddess of growth.
And growth. So
yeah.
It's like, so a Haye, how it works in my head is a Haye creates, Tunar makes sure that it grows and thrives, and then Drenal make sure that it passes on and goes back to the beginning.
I'm trying to look for my lore.
And I know that's not anything official. That's just in my head that makes sense. That's just headcanon. There's probably nothing written about it. And for all I know, Haye and Drenal predate Tunar.
It's kind of implied that they might. Give me just a second. I need to run AFK, okay?
Sure.
right, I'm back. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, come back.
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I am looking for some of this information that I mean, I was pulling this and actually, Karen and I were actually talking about this not that long ago, and I'm trying to see if I can find.
I have a website that talks about a high A in brief, but nothing.
So she's one of
particularly detailed.
So the tricky part is that gods exist in very weird ways in EverQuest, and the cosmology is not very clear in a lot of ways. You have. So the Nameless created the elemental planes, and then he created, or the elemental gods, right? And he created Rowan Thier. Rowan Thier is the Sentinel of Balance, and everything about Norath is supposed to be balanced, right? So you're supposed to have gods of order, you're supposed to have gods of discord, and they're supposed to exist in a balance. You're supposed to have the evil and the good. Everything should exist in balance, and there's room for gray there, right? So the spirit deities, which is, what Drenal and Haye and Sateb Malni all kind of exist as, those deities are meant to kind of protect that balance, and that puts them outside of the existence of the normal pantheon, like Tunar. Go ahead.
Sateb true spirit?
Sateb Malni is the feral spirit, and he is heavily related to the true spirit, yes.
Okay, so are the true spirits subordinate to Saheb then?
It's never, to my knowledge, very, very clearly defined. I am going to see if I can pull up my book while we are chatting. I have a lot of this stuff digitally, but I don't have all of it digitally. I also have it in paperback form sitting behind me, which, I don't have a digital copy of the Freeport book, so I have it literally sitting to my left right now. I'm going to have to take more pictures out of it so that I can upload them. My computer's freaking out just a little bit. I'm going to give it a second. I'm outside on the stream right now. I'm outside Fallen Gate, so I'm popping in Fallen Gate. Let's see, and I was looking for... Where is it? I think it's in here.
So is Fallen Gate is off of the Common Lands, you said?
It is.
I forget, it's been a while since I've been there. But it seems like it's a long way away from Neriak itself.
Neriak is a major city. So you kind of see that. In EQ1, it's harder to see that. You see it more in EQ1 now. But it is a very, very big city. It was considered the heart of the new heart of the Teardal Empire, and the Teardal Empire is mighty and vast. And so Neriak is meant to be a major city with multiple gates and things like that. So Fallen Gate is very, very much, like the Commons. So we go here, and we're going through here right now.
It's been a while since I've been into Fallen Gate, so.
Yep. And I'm going to show you move for move. So this is the entrance to Fallen Gate, right here. And this is the entrance to Neriak. I just came in Neriak in EQ1. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get rid of my pet, because I don't need it here. So this is the entrance to Neriak Commons right here. And right away you see similarities.
Okay, but that sort of trefoil thing, I don't see that.
This right here, or this image? You're looking for
the trefoil, the one that's right above the candles there.
Yeah. It's been it's gone away and kind of been replaced with the Inoric symbol. Okay. And you see that. I don't remember if there's anything back in this corner, because it's all kind of destroyed and rocky.
Oh yeah, it's been, there was a major collapse here from the explosion and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, you all have fun. I need to go lie down.
Good night.
Sleepy
Okay, have a good
pants.
rest.
Sleep well.
Ooh, it's midnight. I should be in bed too.
Bed is overrated.
Night, Julia.
Good
At
night.
2 a.m., I might have to be up
Night,
driving
love.
at 8, so.
Go to bed, sleepy pants.
Thanks for the lore and everything.
Anytime. And thank you everybody for supporting, and I will do like official ones with notes so that I am not rambling all over the place in the future.
Alrighty. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night.
Speaking of the Evil Bunny of Doom, there's the Chelsea symbol and the Evil Bunny of Doom right there.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is
Seems
the
that it is entirely possible that it is in fact an evil bunny of doom, since it's on a ancient prophecy that goes back, who knows how long.
see, it's on the fire pots and everything. Okay, so this is the gate, and you go in. Once you go through the gate, and we go through this gate. We're gonna come over here, and again, you can see that there's a lot of collapse here. I'm gonna go through here, through all the collapsed rock. And if you notice here, you start to see ghosts of ogres and
Ogres, trolls, and
elves.
Teardale.
Yep, and some humans and halflings. Like that's what some of these are supposed to be.
I thought they were wood elves and halflings.
They're a mixture. They're meant to be a mixture because in the commons, see, you have the common predating Plane of Knowledge. If you go to base EverQuest, Neriak was actually the most inclusive city.
Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but okay.
It's fascinating, but it is. See, you have erudites. Oh god, those models are so bad. Look at how bad that model is. That's the apartments. Yeah, I used to camp out there all the time. You've got ogres. You've got humans.
Because when you listen to the Dark Elves and Neriak talk these days, they're like, "Oh, everybody else is not as good as us, and
The
we're the best."
Haythune.
And,
Yeah.
they should all we should kill them all because they're inferior.
Yeah. There's a dwarf, right? Lots of dwarves in here. And these people just live in Neriak. Like, there's Dran Slug. I used to get my food and water from him. I should probably get some water right now because I have none. And then, let's see. Humans.
Oh, yeah, humans are everywhere.
Yeah. But we've got humans, dwarves, ogres, trolls. There are some halflings in here somewhere.
See, that confuses me because why would a halfling want to live in a place like Neriak? Not very funny.
Well, go ahead.
One guess I could make is
Yeah, there he is.
I'm just drawing upon Forgotten Realms stuff here, so forgive me. But in addition to Drow having slaves, there are also people who come to, like Menzo Baranzan, which is like Neriak's contemporary, to trade and to do stuff like Duergar dwarves and other.
Yeah, but the Duergar and the Swerf Neblin, they already live underground and are adapted to that. Halflings, I mean, yeah, they sort of live underground, kinda, but
Yeah.
they don't go that far down.
Right, I see what you're saying. Like, there's like a geographical explanation for certain different races.
And also, if you look at the general halfling personality, living in a place like Neriak wouldn't really make a lot of sense.
Right, it would be very.
And also, wouldn't they be, you're living there with a bunch of trolls and ogres. They're going to look at a halfling and go, lunch! And suddenly you're not going to have any halflings because the trolls and ogres will eat them all.
Ah, but they don't. Because there's Farlane Stowthrower. Look at that. He's a halfling.
Maybe
his
they
little
get
fuzzy
new
feet.
shipments of halflings every week.
I mean, and this is why I say, I mean, we've got erudites, we've got humans, we've got dark elves, we've got halflings, we've got ogres, we've got trolls. I don't remember if there are wood elves here.
Well, I mean, the impression, again, this is just the impression I got from doing the quest in Fallen Gate.
You cut off. I heard the impression you got from doing the quest in Fallen Gate, and that's it.
Sorry. Is this better?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, the impressions I got, and again, this was a while ago, from doing the quest in Fallen Gate is that the ghosts, you run into some halfling ghosts, and there's one of them named the Sarge. And what it sounded like to me was that he and his team were part of a group of mixed halflings and wood elves who were there to set a bomb in that part of Neriak and blow it up.
Yeah, and that makes
sense. And they
sense.
had come in from outside as an attack force.
Yeah.
They weren't residents. They didn't live there. They were attacking that part of Fallen Gate, and I think it had something to do with the War of the Fae, but I don't know for sure.
Well, the halflings, and so you actually have halflings that raid Neriak constantly and exist in the woods in Nectulos and fight against the Dark Elves. There are actually some, if you go back into the ancient EverQuest lore, there are some really dark storylines that they actually had to take out of game.
Because they were pretty grim.
Yeah, so for instance, one of the things that we find out is that elves can basically mate with any race, and that's pretty much canonically true. We've had them mate with a bunch of different races, but the most notable in the quest that they had to remove in EverQuest was you had a dark elf who had a halfling slave that he had impregnated, and he actually hires you to kill the halfling slave. I don't remember if she escaped or not, but he wants you to kill her because she's pregnant now. With his child, and
that sounds very dark elf to me.
Yeah, and so they decided we're probably crossing a line there, and they got rid of it.
Let's not get into murdering unborn children, shall we?
Right. They decided that maybe that was probably not what they wanted to have discussed back in 99-2000. Probably not going to go over too well. But that was a quest on launch, and they actually ended up getting rid of it. And another thing that is very, very interesting is that there are a series of quests in EverQuest that have never been found to this day. There are well over 1,000 quests in this game that have never been discovered. Because of the way that the game works out. I'm pulling up stuff.
Is that because they're impossible to trigger, or just because they just haven't been triggered?
Because they haven't been triggered. People haven't figured out the different pieces. You know, maybe you have to take a thing that you loot here that seems like nothing, and and go take it to somebody over there. You have to say the right word or something like that. So we've got some...
I mean, even today, I look at some of the guides that are written up for Quest and EverQuest 2, and I just go, how did anybody ever figure this out? Because this is really not, there's none of this that's really connected to anything or would point you, that this thing you picked up should take you over to there to turn into this guy.
Yep, but they learned from EverQuest 1 because that was how quests were written. So, okay, I'm over up here. This is that section of the Commons, and now I'm going to go, rather than go into the next section, I'm going to go into the Ogre and Troll section. So here is the Ogre and Troll section of the Common Lands. As very much the Ogre and Troll section. And when we're talking about some grimdark stuff, remember there are right around the corner, there are dwarves, right? Right, there are dwarves. Yep. But if we go, where is it? It's been a while since I've wandered around Neriak in this game. Yeah, shiny tings. I loved shiny tings. Yeah. There's bits and pieces, right? Bits and pieces. Open the door. Evil bunny of doom everywhere. What is that? Those are dwarves. Bloody dwarves, hung by
Whoa.
hooks.
Yeah.
Tasty.
Yeah.
That's the way I expect to see dwarves in Neriak, is being hung up as, as
Food.
lunch meat for the ogres and the trolls to chomp on.
Yep. They absolutely
Not
are.
not as people, standing around running shops.
Yeah, but they are, because Neriak was the most inclusive city, predating Plane of Knowledge. There was no other city that has as many races. And then Neriak has plenty of like hidden tunnels that lead you to different places, and pit traps and sneaky things. See, this is one of the hidden rooms. With, of course, part of the Chelsea symbol. Yep.
Part of the Chelsea symbol?
Yeah, yeah, Chelsea symbol. Chelsea stone. The Shisark Doomsday Calendar. The Ages in
Right.
Prophecy. Yep, right there. Exists all over Neriak with the evil bunny of doom. Right at the middle.
Well, goddamn.
It's in here doing this.
I'm
But...
gonna hop off as well. Nighty night.
Good night.
Night, Malavir.
Night. Night.
But yeah, you can come up here and look. There's the dark sun symbol, which, this is like the universal symbol of an Auric right here. It's the skull with the tongue and the bats. I mean, the game is old as hell, but it actually looks pretty good for as.
So I know that this is like 1999 graphics and presentation, but is this kind of iconography in EverQuest 2's Neriak also?
It certainly is. It certainly is. So here we are in EQ2, and this is Fallen Gate. So look, what is that?
Oh. Nice.
Yep. Let me remember my way out of here. Oh, well, it's been a while. Again, I used to know this stuff like the back of my hand, but I have not run around Neriak in a very, very long time. Not consistently, anyway. No. This is going to lead me back in. I need to go down this way.
You can really see why the vanilla EverQuest 2 dungeons are so narrow and lived in looking, because vanilla EverQuest has a lot of claustrophobic environments too.
Mm-hmm. And it had a lot of secret passages, and it still has, like I said, secret quests. So this is the ogre and troll section, and when we actually go to Fallen Gate, you get to the ogre and troll section.
Ooh. Seeing this freaking dungeon in a different light.
You're in Old Neriak. Don't mind me. I go through all the spiders. Because these are literally just collapsed caverns and bits and pieces. Trying to. Different explorers. Alright, now we're back to where I wanted to be. Gargoyles are also pretty typical of Teardal and hate-filled icon. Iconography. Thank you. Words, mouths, happens. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Undead, ogres, trolls. There's the hooks and everything else that they used. If you look at a lot of the furniture and things like this is all very, very familiar to...
Yeah, so that's where Bites and Bits used to be.
Yep, bits and pieces and all that. Yep. and shiny tings. Yep. With the little skull. Yep.
What about Chef? That ghost NPC of that troll. Is he in vanilla?
I don't
EQ?
think so. I don't think so. I think he would be too young.
Okay.
Trolls don't live that long. Trolls are very, very short-lived. So this is Commons, Neriac Commons. You have the most diversity here, but as you go in deeper and deeper into Neriac, less and less, you get less and less other races, and it gets more and more racist, basically, because, we're purists.
Yeah, like on the outskirts is where they let people run around and trade for the sake of commerce, and the further you go in is when you start seeing slaves and you start seeing all the houses.
Yeah, so excuse me, that was Neriac Foreign Gate. Now we're going into Neriac Commons. I was in Neriac Foreign Gate. But yeah, you see a lot of that Chief Turek.
Mm-hmm.
Where am I at? Yeah, I knew I made a turn. But that's why this dungeon is so narrow, is because you have the rocks and everything else. But Neriac was a massive city in EQ1, and we only saw bits and pieces of it. And see, there's a lot of this. See, this symbol was on. I've already zoned. Let me zone back, because this symbol is there in the fountain. It looks a little bit different, but it's there in the fountain. And there are the thralls of Bizola and the priests of Bizola and Demetriu.
Fazula.
Yeah, they are the tenets of hate. Let's go.
Now I'm gonna look it up.
See? Look at that fountain right there. There you go.
Nice.
The same iconography. There we go.
It's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. But you would expect that,
Yeah.
given the diversity of time and the fact that there are, a lot of different things happened.
It's a shattered ruin, so who knows how much of it's actually, been moved around from where it was by the collapse or whatever.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. And you can see collapsed ruins of things that they built. And so there was a collapse, and it looks like some of the people lived down in Fallen Gate for a while, and then, things happened and they died. And you have their ghosts and undead because this is Dark Elves. And you have Hate's Forge here. So we are going into Neriac Commons. Neriac Commons starts you out with Priest of Discord, which is its own interesting thing. And there's a secret passage, and I'm back that way. And you can go through a secret passage over there as well. Nice. So, I'm getting some clipping issues, probably because I've been taxing my computer like mad. But there's, again, the same iconography that you see. And when we get here, we are now officially in what is Neriac in EQ1. So, Fallen Gate, we are out of Fallen Gate, and we are into... Because Fallen Gate is really Foreign Quarter.
Yeah.
It is Neriac Foreign Quarter. 100%. This, I think, is meant to be the remnants of that arena that they have in EQ1. Because it looks very similar to the arena that they had in EQ1. Okay, I'm going to go to Neriac.
I keep forgetting there are all bloodstains in this area.
Mm-hmm. Neriac was not a very, friendly or forgiving place. It is a pretty grimdark place.
Grimdark.
It's the whole survival of the, survival of the strongest. The strong eat the weak and so on.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Often, literally.
Okay. This puts me in at the wrong place, so let me come back over to the...
Did you say hi to Kristanos yet?
No, I don't like Kristanos.
Oh, okay. They got that crazy duophonic voice thing going on.
Mm-hmm. That's where I want to go. Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna do this and not pay attention to anything, so that I can. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Kristanos. They've done a bunch of different stuff with her lore, but in general, oh, I fell. Didn't I? Yep, I fell. Where can I get up?
She's like the overly obsessed Inuruk groupie.
No,
that wants
she.
to eat.
Except for one slight problem. She's actually at war. She's actually in a power struggle with the Seraph of Hate.
Yeah, because
right
she considers herself a god.
And I get the impression when you go into her palace in EQ2 Neriak, and you get in there, and there's that demon or whatever the hell it is that's behind her.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of. This is just a theory again, but I kind of get the impression that maybe she's not entirely driving anymore.
Yeah, like she sounds like she's possessed, or like she's of like two souls, or because she speaks with two voices layered on top of each other.
Yep.
With her voiceover.
Something's not right in.
Well, Neriak is meant to be run with a king and a queen. Who knows what happened with the king?
I got the impression that she murdered him.
Oh, she did, but people don't stay dead in Neriak, right? Like,
yeah, but
is his ghost there?
Isn't that why? Isn't the death of the king why the Thexians are at war, are attacking?
Yes, because she has one prince in her captivity, and the other prince is Prince Talvis Thex, I think, is the one who's running the Thexian faction. And they are in Fader.
Is leading the war.
Yeah, the rebellion. Okay, so when you enter, oh, I backed up too much.
So I'm gonna go to bed for real this time, I promise.
Okay, well, good. Do it.
Yeah.
Go to sleep.
So you folks have a good night.
That's the plan.
Good night, Firen.
Catch ya on the flip. See ya.
So, this is the commons, and you can see in here, you're going to see some familiar stuff too. When I start to get in. And you got to recognize too that they started to modernize and decided that there was a very Asian influence into Neriak. And this is
it does have kind of a, I don't know if it's China or Japan.
I think it's more Japanese, yeah. It's a mix. So here you have a little bit of the leftovers of the foreign quarter. You kind of see that when you go here.
This is the new foreign quarter, isn't it, that you're in now?
Yeah. See? New foreign quarter.
That's where you see all the ogres and the trolls.
Mm-hmm. And the humans. Also, horses are apparently very rare in Norath. In Norath. According to actual lore, horses are supposed to be very rare. They're not a common beast. They're very expensive because they're not common.
You'd find them mostly in major cities.
Because they've been bred, yes. And people hold on to them, they're precious. But yeah, there's Ratanga here, which is interesting in and of itself. We've got humans.
Oh, I mean
Go ahead.
After the whole deal with, my expectation, and this may be an incorrect impression, but my expectation is that a lot of those Ratanga are slaves.
No, some of them are vagabonds. Not everything is a slave. See, vagabonds, courtesans, things like that. So yes, Neriac is heavily into slavery, but not everybody is a slave. One of the biggest key parts of Neriac is if we can manipulate you and we can have you do what we need you to do, we don't necessarily need to enslave you.
Right.
You know? So subterranean. I'm trying to see if any of these are... Nope, doesn't exist in EQ. The Blue Forge does, but I think it moves. Yeah.
Like you said, this is the new foreign quarter, so a lot of these businesses are probably
new. Yep.
They probably post-date the collapse of the Fallen Gate.
Yes. I think it's deeper in Neriac where we get to... Okay. This stuff starts to look familiar with the waterfalls and everything else. And this right here is meant to kind of be very similar to... Oh, it's deeper in, I think. Yeah. So this is the commons. And you have... this is the... what is the name of it? Why did my brain just fart? It's the Warrior Guild. Indigo Brotherhood.
All right, the Indigo Brotherhood, and the what's the Scouts Guild? Yeah.
Scouts Guild is not in here, but it's the Ebon Mask.
Ebon Mask, yeah. Now here's the question I have. In current day Neriac, I know that the conflict is between Kristanos and the Dead, which are the mages in Neriac.
No.
And
the Dead
and the Church of Inaruk.
No, the Dead are not the mages of Neriac. The Dead are the Shadow Knights and Necromancers. The Spurned are the arcane casters that are not necromancers, the enchanters, the wizards, and the mages. They are their own separate faction. Yeah, so the main...
There are separate schools then, per se.
Yes. Anything that deals with necromancy falls under the Dead, and Queen Kristanos has always managed the Dead. We have Neriac Down Under, which is where the bank... so Neriac Down Under is interesting in and of itself. It's got the Blind Fish, which is this bar. Somebody made it. And look, there's a Leatherfoot deputy, because the Leatherfoots hate Neriac. There are a bunch of quests about the stuff in the water, and this is one of the older bars. Wrong way.
Sorry, the question I was going to... Oh, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, just different food places. Burnished Coin, the bank. And so you have the Indigo Brotherhood, and the other most notable existence in Neriac, or in the Commons, is the Tower of the Spurned. So these are all the mages and everything else. And so in EQ2, this is the Indigo Brotherhood. Right here.
The Indigo Brotherhood are all the fighters except for the Shadow Knights.
Correct. Right? They are the guards.
The bruisers and the monks and the guardians and berserkers and
Yep. Yep. The Indigo Brotherhood does not really look much. And so, see, he says, you enter Saloxia Stronghold. And if we come in... Let me go back to over here. This was my home in Neriac, but the Tower of the Spurned. So, these are guilds that are considered significantly less than in Neriac, is the Indigo Brotherhood and the Spurned. Even though they are the foundation, the critical foundation of the security for Neriac.
Right.
They are not considered. They're considered significantly less important.
Useful, but not. But they aren't giving it any real influence.
It's not as important to an orc, basically.
Right.
Because they don't practice. The necromancy is considered like sacred to an orc.
Right.
And they are not. They're the minions, basically.
Okay, because the question that I was going to ask was, in contemporary Neriac, EverQuest 2, as we're speaking right now, the impression I get is that the dead, led by Kristanos, and the Temple of Inaruk, led by Zelania Navigon, or whatever her name is.
Yep.
Zelania, who's the Seraph of Hate, are fighting each other. My impression is that groups like the Indigo Brotherhood, the Evan Mask, the Spurned are sitting on the sidelines and eating popcorn.
That's similar. As I walked into the Indigo Stronghold, or the Celestia Stronghold, right? The Indigo Brotherhood. She says you can see somebody who is here is talking about the favor of our so-called queen, and the generals squabble. So you can see the leadership of the Indigo Brotherhood is kind of squabbling over what side, and if they're going to favor the queen or not. So they're kind of squabbling in a power grab. The Ebon Mask.
The impression I got is that those groups were kind of staying out of it and waiting for the dust to settle to see who came out on top.
A little bit. Indigo Brotherhood's kind of like their leadership. They're vying for power, and Kristanos has that power right now. The Ebon Mask has always worked in the background, and has done a lot of stuff like that we just don't see. So they're very secretive. The Spurned have always just kind of maintained their tower and maintained their separation, because they got their name because everybody spurned them and saw them as less than. So they just kind of let politics be politics. By the way, speaking of gruesome stuff, there's another dead dwarf.
Yeah, but I mean, that attitude seems kind of short-sighted, because I'm sorry, if you've got a tower full of people that can wave their fingers and make you explode, you should probably not disregard them.
Yep, and see, there's the Evil Bunny of Doom. Evil Bunny of Doom is freaking everywhere in Neriac, and nobody can explain it. Drives me crazy. It's one of the guild masters. That's PvP area.
I mean, there are people who can explain it, but they won't.
Yes, exactly. They don't discuss the Evil Bunny of Doom, and I have a great interest in the Evil Bunny of Doom. Selaxia is in one of the sides, I believe. Selaxia Punox.
But yeah, I mean, if I were a wizard and I had phenomenal, cosmic arcane power at my fingertips, I would be kind of annoyed that people were disregarding me that way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's Selaxia Punox. She's the guild master. So when you come into here, it's the Selaxia Stronghold.
That's right, and it's named after
her.
After her. I'm presuming that she's long dead.
I believe so. I don't see. There aren't many names that are the same in Neriac.
Even for a Tyrdal, 500 years is a fair chunk of time.
It is. It is, and it isn't.
Like you said, elves die when they get tired, and who knows? She probably just got tired or fed up with it, or whatever.
And we had wars, right? We had the War of the Fae, and things like that. So we underwent several wars, and she would have been one of the first people there. So let's get out of the Indigo Brotherhood. So we entered. Sorry, I fell. I'm gonna die.
Indigo Brother. Goodbye.
Bye. I fell off the spikes.
Bottomless pit of doom.
Mm-hmm. Because it's Neriac.
Yeah, the Indigo Brotherhood. So that's all the scouts are in there, right? There's no.
So the Indigo Brotherhood is your warriors.
Yeah, not the Indigo Brotherhood. I'm sorry, the Ebon Mask.
The Ebon Mask is your scouts. Yep.
Unlike
there are no bards.
Are no bards?
Neriac does not have bards. You can technically make characters there, but there are no bards in Neriac. Neriac does not have a bards or a song streams or anything else like that. You have the Ebon Mask, which is your brigands, your swashbucklers, your assassins, basically. thieves and your murderers. And you have the warriors, and you have the arcane, your magicians, your which is the Tower of the Spurned, which is up here. This is the Tower of the Spurned. And it doesn't look like much of a tower until you actually get
Okay,
inside.
so see that corrects a misconception I had, because I thought that, you know, I thought that all mages fell under one category, and that was something I had wrong.
Yep. Nope. This is these guys are spurned because they have chosen a path that, while is necessary and while is useful to Neriac, is not the quote unquote divine. See, it is a tower, and you can see it up there. The divine provenance of an orc, which would be necromancy. And these are
wasn't necromancy the result of? Didn't the Cellites come up with that?
I don't think so. I think that necromancy is a type of death magic existed predating the Ursul Day, because that's at the core of necromancy is like the theft of life, right? And the corruption of life. That's why you have dooming darkness. That's why you have life taps and life drains and harming life. So that's the core of necromancy. Yes, it's undead and creating undead creations and things like that, which, came along with Inashti Sul, but the core of necromancy is this kind of arcane use that corrupts life.
Of vital energy.
Yeah. It corrupts life. It poisons. Like a famous spell is blood boil. So it makes your blood boil inside of you. It turns your body and your life and your energy against you.
Okay, so that brings me to another question, and that's the differences between what necromancers do and what warlocks do.
Warlocks are a subset of like the wizard. Wizard. Oh gosh, what do they call them? Sorcerers, I think. Yeah.
The sorcerer. Yep.
So warlocks use kind of decay in different ways.
Warlocks use void magic.
Yes. They are.
Which is the raw power of entropy.
Mm-hmm. And chaos. Yep. It's a different kind of arcane energy, whereas the way you can think of it is that necromancers are turning your own body and your own life force against you, and using your own like natural arcane power or your natural mana or your natural spirit against you, whereas warlocks are pulling their energy from the aether around them and things like that. So, like, if you look at necromancers, you've got dooming darkness, you've got fear, you've got blood boil, you've got spells that are all about this kind of destruction of your own body and your own self.
And then you've got warlocks who are doing things like Rift, which is basically they open a portal from the void and it sucks everything into it.
Mm-hmm. And it's more of an arcane demeanor. So necromancers are definitely like about life, disease. They've got disease clouds.
But I mean, warlocks do some of that, plague and decay and
mm-hmm. But it's
stuff too. So
yes, but it's meant in a different way, right? So it is meant in a I pull from the environment, whereas necromancers are I make your body betray you. So like dooming darkness and things like that are I blind you, right? You see nothing but darkness, and I terrify you. I turn your body against you. I cause a heart flutter in you.
Whereas a warlock's going to do things like throw, basically start disassembling your body on a particle level, basically making your body fall apart.
Right, disintegration.
Because that's what entropy does.
Yeah. Yep.
And of course, entropy is a naturally existing part of
Mhm.
the world, and that's why the warlock is calling on pre-existing forces that are part of, even though people don't like to really admit it, entropy is necessary.
Yeah. It's about balance. Okay, so we are
So-
going to go to not the spires. Dockside Markets? Yeah. I think it's Dockside Markets. And you can see here, huge portions of Neriak are damaged and missing. Like, you see these giant gapes in the ground where, you have the spikes. Over there, you have the Sea Gate. And the Sea Gate, I believe... Am I going the right way? Nope. I bypassed it. The Sea Gate is in the Commons.
But that's a massive portal. It's big enough to sail
ships through.
Pass a vessel through.
Yep. And the rumor has it, and the way that it suggests in the Ocean of Tears book, is that there are portals that exist in the underground caverns beneath. Speaking of its magic, there it goes. That exist underneath Crushbone Keep. That teleport to Neriak. And that's why.
I was under the impression that Devin was doing his own thing and didn't have any ties to Neriak.
He does, because Devin is one of the original Dark Elves who's working against Opal, and he has an interest in Neriak only so much as in the part of Tartan's Wheel is down here. And you don't see it in EQ2 so much, because I haven't done that Tartan's Wheel Heritage Quest in forever and ever. But in EQ1, if we were in the Blind Fish, back here in Neriak down under, and you're assembling the staff of the wheel, because we never actually put together Tartan's Wheel, because if we put together Tartan's Wheel, you have the ability to destroy gods, which would break the universe.
That would be bad, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what Atatatal wants to do. But see, there is right there is the rod for part of the staff of the wheel. And what he wants to do is he doesn't know that or whatever, so he has to infiltrate Neriak, and he wants, he uses his Devin cover as a background, but whatever is Emperor Devin. They're the same person.
Okay. So here in EQ2, when you go into the Crossbone Keep and fight him and supposedly kill him, he doesn't actually die there.
No. We've just basically blown one of his illusion forms, much like we don't actually kill Opal Darkbriar. We just force her to basically blow one of her personas. They still exist because he's had so many different forms. Like, he helped establish the Crushbone Empire.
Okay.
In order to have this portal to Neriak to fall back on, so that he could get this piece to try to assemble Tartan's Wheel to destroy an orc.
Okay, so since we're talking about people who live a long time and all that, how old is Firiona V?
Firiona V is old, but not that old. She and Lannis were born around the same age, which is, kind of in the early parts of EverQuest. And they've both died and been resurrected a couple times. Firiona Vi is a tricky character because most people don't realize, but she's part lich. Her father was a lich.
Okay, I don't know how that works because that makes no logical sense. Liches are undead. How do you? I'm confused now.
So
Procreation kind of goes out the window when you become a lich.
In most cases, yes, but Firiona Vi. So her father's name is Galeth. Oh hey, we got spam in the channel. let me take this person and can I get rid of it? Yeah, I've never done that in. I don't know how. I'll figure it out later. They're not spamming too bad right now. They just did one span on a URL. I'll figure it out. I should make this person a mod. So anyway, oh, I bet I could do it this way. Man, there we go. Did it. Done. So Galeth, who is Firiona's father. So Galeth was a paladin of Tunar, who died. And went to and ended up in the plane of growth, and as a spirit, not as a human. And he wanted to go back and serve Tunar more. And so what he did is he found the body of another paladin who was near death, and literally, like as he died, assumed his body.
That sounds a little bit more like a revenant.
Yeah, it's Lich Revenant, very similar kind of magic where he is an undying spirit in somebody else's body, and he can't die.
But if we're looking at, let's calling on some more modern, recent fictional, we're basically talking about the Crow here.
Yeah.
Or something similar, and the Crow is a revenant, which is a soul of someone who's died and then has come back to a body, usually their own, but not always, because they have a purpose. There's no dark magic involved or anything like that. It's just their will.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, but he shoved. You can't say it's not dark magic when he shoved the spirit of the other being out of that body and took it over.
They were dying. You said that they were dying already.
Yeah, but they weren't dead.
It wasn't his body. So yeah, there's.
I mean, they're a paladin. They have capabilities, and they have, and when you're dealing with elves, you have a lot of heavy magic that they could have called upon. He could have lived, but instead of, and he did. His body lived, but his body lived because Galeth actually came in and possessed his body and shoved the actual paladin out of that body and took it over.
Yeah, that's under the heading of not cool.
Yeah. And so that's Galeth, right? And then what does Galeth do but seduce the queen? He seduces the queen of Felwith. Seduces her, gets her pregnant. When they realize she's pregnant, they pass off her child, Firiona Vi, as the king's. They don't tell King Tirithrex that Firiona Vi is not his until later.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Firiona Vi is not. People think she's this glorious, positive story. She's not. Firiona Vi is a very troubled character. So you actually have King Tirithrex finds out, feels super betrayed, and he actually at one point in time locks Firiona Vi up.
It's not her fault though.
She knew. She knew and propagated the illusion. She knew Galeth was her father. She finds out.
Oh, okay.
She knows Galeth is her father. She just doesn't tell King Tirithrex.
Right. Okay, so it was her fault.
Yeah.
Or partly.
Yeah, she has culpability. She didn't have culpability as a child, but she definitely has culpability as an adult. So there's definitely some tricky stuff there.
That's all right. So, but then, the situation, did Galeth end up doing? But then, didn't Galeth sacrifice himself later at Bloody Kithakor?
He did, but so did Lannis Taville's mentor, who helped her get the Crimson Tier armor.
Right.
Chip Mullins, the Chip Mullins. If you're talking about getting into EQ2, it really depends on the type of gaming you enjoy. EQ2 definitely has a steep learning curve. It has a lot of buttons, and I have fun with it. I have fun leveling up. I love the class I play, which is an Inquisitor. There's not another class in any other MMO that I've played that is like the Inquisitor. I love the world. I love the lore. Obviously, I've been sitting here talking about it for 3.5 hours. But depending on your server, the community is not as big, and it can be trickier to do and understand some of the leveling up stuff. But it is very solo and duo friendly, and with the right people, it's a lot of fun, in my opinion. Its world is much more cohesive and makes much more sense than any other MMO as well, and it tells really good stories. So if you want to think about getting the game, that's I think it depends on it's worth starting. And whenever you buy the latest expansion, you get every expansion in the past. So you don't have to buy 10 expansions to get this one. If you bought Shadows of or it's not Blood of Luckland, it is
Reign of Shadows.
Reign of Shadows, thank you. Reign of Shadows, if you got Reign of Shadows, you would get every expansion that we have up to now, which is what, like 15? I don't know.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's a lot. And some people, like my character has the non-Soga models, which some people hate. I love the Soga models, or non-Soga models. I don't like the Soga models as much. It really just depends. It depends on if you like the aesthetic and things like that. It depends on what you're looking for out of an MMO. Different people like different things about MMOs. But
the community, the RP community here on, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Mm-hmm.
The RP community here on the Antonia Vale server, where I believe that's where she's running around now.
It is.
Has been growing of late, which
Mm-hmm.
is good to see. I'm glad to see that people are coming back. So.
Yeah, there's definitely been, especially with COVID, there's definitely been a resurgence in people coming back to the game as people are looking for stuff to do at home. And COVID's not going anywhere anytime soon. So we've definitely seen a resurgence. And I honestly, I've been a player and what a lot of people would consider a lurker in this community for years and years and years and years and years. I've never been as big as some people. But I've seen a lot of the toxic people who would kind of bring the community down. They're not as prevalent anymore. And a lot of the people who were intentional drama starters, I don't see as much around anymore. You can correct me if you think I'm wrong, Cirrus, because you've been around for eternity. But
I mean, we do get some toxicity, now and then, but and some trolling.
Mm-hmm.
But generally, the RP community is pretty well, it regulates itself.
Yeah.
Problems like that go away.
Yeah. A lot more now than it used to, in my opinion.
Yeah. So problems like that go away or are at the very least, disregarded, shunned, whatever. If someone's a troublemaker, the word gets out pretty quick and everyone just goes, yep, blacklist.
Yep. I mean,
because we talk to each other. I mean, we have Discord servers that we communicate on. People who run venues like myself keep an eye out for that stuff and let other venue owners and operators know, so that if that person shows up at their venue, they're already forewarned.
Yep. There's
we cover for each other because we're a community, and that's the kind of thing that we do here.
Yep, 100% agree. I know I have a group of friends that I've role played with for years, and we communicated and we have talked, and I found all kinds of stuff out that I didn't used to know, because they have been like, well, you need to be careful about X, Y, and Z and things like that, and some of that might come across to some people as kind of gossipy, but it's really usually not gossipy. It's, hey, you need to be careful because this person is trying to troll you or trying to take advantage of people, or this person has only, only wants cyber sex, things like that. It's really it's very self-regulated, and I find that the people who stay around are much more interested in the world and things like that. And like Cirrus, who is here, and the person talking to me has been a pillar of the roleplay community, running venues for forever.
At least a decade.
Yeah, forever. you are one of the biggest pillars that I know of. You and Slips.
People will go on and say, they'll mention my character's name, and people go, "Oh yeah, I know who that is."
Yeah.
And that's cool to me. I mean, I didn't actually set out to become this, kind of household name, I guess is the best way to describe it. But I sort of ended up there. So,
yep.
Hey, cool.
Yep. And that's the kind of, I guess long-lasting, and that also talks to the kind of long-lasting relationships and things like that you meet. And when you're talking about MMOs, I have played multiple MMOs. I've played almost every MMO on the market, and I will say that out of all of them, I have made the longest-lasting relationships through the EverQuest franchise, more through EQ2, but also through EverQuest 1. Like I rated in EverQuest 1 like hardcore, and I still have relationships with people that I rated with, and that was what, 21 years ago, and they live in different countries.
Yeah, I never played EverQuest 1 myself, so what I know about that largely comes in from people I talk to who have. But I got into EQ2 pretty early on. Probably not. I don't think right at launch, but pretty soon after that. I mean, I remember back when, and I think I still have one character who's that old. That you started out and your character was a commoner, and you were level 0.
Mm-hmm.
And then that character became she became a priest, and then she became a shaman, and then she became a mystic.
Yep. You had to do the steps, and the steps. Yep. I remember that. I did not like that. I'm glad that that's gone.
And then going back to the times when, oh, my poor mage in Stormhold with her 4,000 copper pieces and she couldn't move.
Yes.
Because mages had no strength and money had weight.
Yep, back when that mattered. Okay, it's been a while. I'm still bumbling around Neriac, trying to get to the docks. You know what, we'll just go around this way. Right. Yeah.
Anywho, but so basically what we're saying is that it's a setting that has a lot of depth to it. Has a lot of well-established lore that goes back. Some of it that goes back 20 years or more.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly when EverQuest 1 was launched.
1999, 2000.
Okay. So 22 years?
Yeah. Yep.
22 years.
My partner was in the alpha.
And so yeah, the world,
is very rich and in depth.
Very well developed and in depth. And yeah, there are some things that are not always perfect, but
that's any place, any community you go.
You're gonna find that anywhere you go. So, but it's pretty good, I would say, and it's kept me around.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
a lot of stuff that's happened. So.
Yeah, I come back to this game over and over and over again. I've played a bunch of different games, and this is the one that I continuously come back to. I have never canceled this account. Never canceled, never lapsed on my sub. I continuously come back to this game. So, and again, this is my favorite class.
Yeah, and I'll probably log off of, I'll stop playing EQ2 when the server shut down.
Yeah. So Seagate right here, docks, and docks.
And the portal to Thalumbra.
Yeah, which is not it here. Here, yeah, because in EQ, in the time of EQ1, in reality, you could get to Thalumbra or the area near, not to Thalumbra itself, because Thalumbra itself was locked off because of the Glophophei and the whole gods that were killed and blah blah blah. But they could get to areas near that they had access to those areas in the Underfoot. They had access to that. I mean, that's where they lived. So,
right.
Okay, so now I will actually move through, and the Dark Elf crafting area here is very reminiscent of Neriak Down Under, and you have names repeated, like this is the Blindfish Hall, and like you've got the Admin Armor, which is actually exists there, and the Burnished Coin, which is the name of the guild or the bank in EQ. So let's come over here. This is the Spires of Anoric. And there's kind of
That's where you're gonna find Nivenia and her bunch.
Yes. So it is the Neriak Cleric Guild. And let me get... And again, please forgive me. It's been a very long time since I've run through Neriak itself. That's the Tower of the Spurned. See, there's Admit Armor right there. And we just found it in EQ too. And there's the Blue Forge right there, which we found out deeper. See, there it is.
Yep.
All that stuff exists. It just exists a little bit different.
After the the collapse in Fallen Gate or First Gate or whatever, they had to move stuff around. So
4 and quarter. Yeah, 4 and quarter, which would have been like I think 4th or 5th gate is what they call it. But yeah, it's the collapse of the 4 and quarter basically. And here we go. And here is the Temple of Anoric in EQ1. The thing that I find the most fascinating is that the Seraph of Hate, the Chosen of Hate, in EQ2 is a half-tiered elf.
Half elf. She's a half elf.
Yeah, she's half-tiered elf. That's Anoric's emblem. That's Anoric's face. And you kind of see it right there.
The thing is, if you think about if there's any species on Norak that's going to be subject to the most rejection and potential for that, it's going to be half elves, because their elven parents are going to go, well, you're not an elf, so you're not quite good enough, and the human parents are going to go, well, you're kind of weird because you're partly elf, so we don't really like you either.
Yep. And a lot of the names have changed. And this is fascinating to me. I don't know if these are meant to be dark elf children because they just didn't have good children models or what.
Well met.
With a name like that, that's a very human name.
It is, but it's interesting that they're here. And see, even the littlest of children must learn the lessons of Anoric. So I found that to be fascinating. But this, and then the Templar here is a human.
Yeah, but originally when the game was launched, you couldn't be a Templar.
Yep.
Well met.
The only thing you could be was an Inquisitor. And, conversely, if you were in, Kinos or whatever, you couldn't be an Inquisitor, you could only be a Templar.
From betrayal. Hate liberates us from the weaknesses of love and mercy.
And when you do certain quests, you actually get teleported up there and you can go up there. But this is kind of similar to different iconography that you find in the Plane of Hate. And this is the Spires of Anoric.
faithless members of the Spurn should abandon any real hope.
And the names here are interesting because one of the biggest things that EverQuest loves to do in 1 and 2 is they love to make anagrams of different names. So, for instance, before we find out that Teo betrayed Lucan, there's a person in the Freeport militia who is Tail, and the name is an anagram. Or Zigany is an anagram for oxygen. The Wraith is an anagram for Earth.
Nar is nature backwards.
Yep. The Triumvirate of Water, Terumar is water, EC is ice, and Povar is vapor. So there's a lot of anagrams of different things, and they like to hide different characters with anagrams. When Terrace Thule started to come back in EQ2, when she started to regain her power, she was Cetrus, I can't remember the last name, but who was in Nectulos Forest by the Nectulos docks. She sat over there, and, you know, she started to get bigger and more important as we did the Halloween quest, but that was Terrace Thule. The Dream Scorcher. So when I see names like this that are this Umre Kacha, I'm like, what is that an anagram of? Because they are not typical or traditional Teardal names. But this is the Spires of Anoric, and that would be the match of this. And, you know, you can see the iconography of the Anoric face everywhere here. Evil Bunny of Doom. Evil Bunny of Doom on the gallows with the High Priestesses. Evil Bunny is everywhere. Zexus is a very popular.
The name you're looking for, D, is Setri Lureth.
Thank you. Also interesting is this. This is the Eridid symbol, too, and it's on some things around here. And I find it compelling that it's in the Neriac Priest Guild. So. And then one of the Enchanter Epic mobs is in here too, which is Verena Tomb. She's not up right now, I don't think, though. I think somebody's recently done the Enchanter Epic, because I didn't see her. I guess she would normally be in here. But yeah. And originally when you wanted to when you had to teleport to Plane of Hate, you had to buy a crystal from here to actually access it. And again, you see that. So that is the Spire of Hate, or the Spires. So let me go to EQ2 to kind of give the comparison right here. Okay. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Okay, so now we're leaving the Spires of Hate, and look. Look familiar? It is almost verbatim.
I think that was something that, you know, yeah, that's very, and the eye is a little different, but
but it's
significantly.
Yeah, it's mostly the graphics of, you know, an old game versus a new game. Because this is the original graphics. I mean, when you're walking around in Neriac never got the revamp. This section of Neriac never got the revamp. When we go to where the king is, you're going to start to see, when I talk about how they're starting to pull EverQuest and EverQuest 2 together, you're going to see the influences of EverQuest 2 onto EverQuest 1 and how this city has changed, like the structure of the city has changed. Because this is right here, right now, this is original EverQuest, what I'm in. This is no expansions, no nothing. Like when you were a Dark Elf, this is where you started. So we went past the Spires of Hate. So now we're going past the Spires of Hate. And we're coming into the deeper section, and we are zone-wide. This is called the, what zone are we in? I should know this. Third gate. So this is Neriac Third Gate. And here is the Nerian Library. And you can see that here. It is right, not there. It is past that. Down this way, I believe? No, that's... Yeah. This is the Narian Library. Right here. And you see members of the Spurned. And it's not perfectly the same, but it's very similar. And you come in here.
This library is where all your wizards and your warlocks and your illusionists and coercers hang out.
This is where some of those spells were in EQ1, and you can see some of the spell vendors and stuff like this. There were also necromancers, so this is Lokar Tobiath. This Lokar Tobiath is, and again, Evil Bunny of Doom. He was how you raised your quest with, or your faction with certain NPCs. You had to give him wine, I think it was, to raise your faction, especially if you were certain gods, like Soyu Sekiro. And in EQ2, you can go in, and you see a lot of the same kind of NPCs and books everywhere. And it's run by the Spurned as well.
The Indigo Brotherhood has long since demonstrated their obsolescence. Any half-wit...
And that's the other thing is that, this is a major library in the city, and who's in charge of it? The guys who nobody likes.
Yeah. Oh, and D'Artagnan is here. When did you get here, D'Artagnan?
Salutations.
That's interesting. He didn't used to be here. D'Artagnan was not originally here. Not that it
Probably
matters much, but
that's the guess, though. I see that there's a member of the dead here.
mm-hmm. This is a discussion about this scroll. Presumably a scroll of Anoric. I'm sure there's a quest that I'm just not remembering that relates to this. So since the text may be difficult to read, let me read a little bit about it, or read it out loud. The member Viclin over here, who is part of the Spurn, says the magical properties of this scroll demand our involvement. Chalulin, who is from the dead, says, I have no doubt we can handle the examination of the scroll. The queen demands its immediate removal to the palace. Malual, who is part of the disciples of Anoric, says the scroll is a holy relic. If it is to be moved, it should go to the church, not the queen. The prophet of hate demands it. Chalulin from the dead says the prophet has no choice in the matter. The queen has spoken, and her word is law. Viclin, member of the Spurn, says we will not allow the removal of the scroll. It belongs here. Maulin says the queen is no god, and Noric is, and the scroll is his. Member of the dead says we will see about that. And then the conversation repeats. So they're fighting over a holy relic.
Yeah, I think the representative from the
it's
dead
there it is, the scroll of Gahan. I'll have to look that up.
I think the representative of the dead is kind of getting a little bit big for her britches.
Well,
just my thoughts on the
that's because the queen has kind of taken over, and the queen has really, part of what we might think of when you talk about the queen being taken over, has the queen been taken over by Opal Darkbriar?
Well, see, I was under the impression that it had something to do with that demon that's hanging out behind her.
It could, but that demon is also a typical for necromancers.
Right, but a lot of times when you're dealing with demons, they can pretend, this is all just conjecture, of course, because I have no idea. But a lot of times when you're dealing with demons, they will pretend to be, helpful and friendly, but in fact, they're really playing you.
Mm-hmm. But where do demons come from in EQ?
Well met.
The void.
Some of them are just summoned. Like some of those models are in the plane of hate too. So, and Kristanos is really trying to be a god. She's trying to to achieve godhood. That's what she's doing with the Erisai, and she's, the gods abandoned Norath, and then they came back, and Kristanos killed her husband, and has been slowly but surely, creating this huge power base. And she's a megalomaniac. She's a megalomaniac who has been warped by hate, and she continues to believe that she is more dominant than anything else, and it is too big for her britches. And she's now
and that kind of attitude is rubbing off on the dead,
who are her
because-
personal. Yep.
And it's because you've got that representative from the dead in there trying to tell the Church of Inarok that they can't have a holy relic.
Yep. But the Church of Inarok has lost significant power, and the Spurned has gained power, right? Because the Spurned were saying, no, we're keeping it here. And
And like I said, we're talking about people who can look at you and make you just explode. So.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, don't get me wrong, necromancy powerful, but
it's a different kind of power.
Wizards can just go, you blow up now.
Before we go here, we're gonna sneak over. Is it here? Nope. This is the Ebon Mask.
These are the scouts here.
Mm-hmm. So if we go, I believe it's over here. Yeah. The Ebon Mask.
Yeah, and I bet you these guys are definitely biding their time, because that seems like a very Ebon Mask kind of thing to do.
Oh yeah, the Ebon Mask have all kinds of secrets and backgrounds and everything else, and they have a very rich lore and history, and the ways that they've done.
When you're a group of assassins and spies, you know things about things.
Mm-hmm.
And if some influential person happens to accidentally fall into the canyon and die, oops.
This is the hall of the Ebon Mask. You may find those willing to train you in it.
See, Ranger and Beast Lord are new, but you had Brigand and Assassin. I love the colors in the Ebon Mask Hall. I wish we had these as tiles.
And of course they have do they have bard trainers in there now, or?
Nope.
So if you're a bard from Neriak, you have to do what? Go to Freeport to find a trainer or something?
Yep, there are no bards in Neriak. You would, if you were a Dark Elf bard, you would not be trained in Neriak.
Hello.
Well met. Hello.
Like I said, I love these walls. I really wish we had them as tiles in this game.
You'd think they would have had that during the city festival or something.
Mm-hmm.
Could have included it there, or had it be craftable or something like that. And I personally don't have any characters who live in Neriak, but some of the architecture is nice. Yeah,
I got a recipe that I didn't know that I could pick up.
You didn't have chocolate chip cookies or seething malice?
I did not.
I have characters who have chocolate chip cookies or seething malice, and I don't even play evil characters much.
Yeah, but
How did you miss that?
I didn't really care to talk to somebody about cookies and cooking. I have the chef for that. If I want food, I have the chef. Oh yeah, and you can go down in the hole.
And I figured you would have had it on some character or other.
No, I for the longest I didn't do trade skills. I avoided trade skills. I don't now. I mean, they've gotten much better, but.
Oh, back in the original days, again, harkening back to the early days, the Forge was the #1 cause of death on the server.
Yeah. No surprise there.
So many apprentice crafters exploded themselves trying to make a sword.
Yeah. Okay, so we went into the Ebon Mask. Ebonmask is very similar. You've got your ups and your downs and your poison masters. Very, very similar. Black Hand is their symbol. Okay, let me get out of here. Because we're going to go to things that you don't see in properly in EQ 1 anymore, or in EQ 2 anymore, but have made a huge difference. So let's go through here. So now you get to the market that is in Third Gate. So Third Gate is where you would have your nobility and Neriac, you know, your lower end nobles, your higher middle class, that kind of stuff. So you have the Bauble, which is, you know, a jewelry shop, and you can kind of see the difference, right? See, like they've got all these shiny jewelry cases, and you didn't see anything like that anywhere else. Certainly not in bits, you know, in the shiny things. But there's the Maiden's Fancy. The original Maiden's Fancy. And you can come in here, and there's the Bard, and there's Ratras, who is the guard. And you can come back in here into the back. And you go down into the rooms. And there's Candy. Or Spice, excuse me. I don't remember how much coin it was that you gave them. She doesn't do it anymore. There's Bizra Tobiath. Let's see. You used to give some of them silver or copper, and they would dance for you. Yeah, see, welcome to the Maiden's Fancy. We aim to please. You just have to be careful how you handle the ladies, or I will have Ratras remove you and your hands. And they come, you can see the ogres, or you can dance with them, and then here are the rooms that you would take them back to. And you can actually do it, I don't remember, but there was actually money that you could give them, and they would dance for you, or you could take them back to a room. Yep. Prostitution, totally in EverQuest. This is why it got the rating it did. Way back in the day. Cuisine Excelsior. Of interest to perhaps the chef.
This is a restaurant? Or...
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. High-end restaurant. The Cuisine Excelsior. See, not many tables and things like this. That was the Bauble, Cuisine Excelsior. This is the Rack, which is a high-end wine shop. So it's just kind of an overlook of the area. Sorry, I know my camera keeps getting a little jerky as we look around. So, but we can kind of see there's the Furrier Royale, which is a high-end like leather cloth artwork. There's a better view of the Ebon Hand, and again, I think it's fascinating that what is at the top of the Ebon Hand but a dragon. A dragon whose silhouette looks very evil Bunny of Doom, doesn't it? So it's that way. Okay. So now we are going to go to okay. The dead. Which we go through here, and then we come around here. Now we're headed to the dead. The land of Christianos. And, you know, if we come back to EverQuest 1, Dashing Form, which would have been the equivalent of the Furrier Royale. Cuisine Excelsior, right there. Bread for the Neriac bread. It's still here. Let's see. Fiendish Familiars, that's new. Cristanos Hall, Citizenship Papers. Because she's getting arrogant. The Bauble. See? The Bauble is still here. It's a jeweler. High-end jeweler. And they've actually got some neat models. Like, this would be neat to have, too, in-game. These little mannequins.
Yeah, a countertop display like that would be good.
Yeah. This tower doesn't exist in EQ1, I don't think.
Hello. Reply hazy. Try again.
It's meant to be like a fortune teller tower. I don't think there's an analog in EQ1. Anyway, okay, so here we go to the Tower of the Dead. La la la. Here's the dead. The Hall of the Dead in EQ1. And if we are going there in EQ2, I have to turn around. I should have just looked at my mini-map. Silly. And aside from the fact that it's not as red, it looks startlingly similar.
Yeah, just more purple.
Mm-hmm. And you have the gates. And it gets brown inside. And you have all the different characters. The dead has become the palace, too. The Darklight Palace. There's her guards. Different rituals and everything. The Erisai, who she created the Erisai by corrupting she corrupted the Fae buds to create the Erisai.
Fae spirit buds were stolen during the War of the Fae, and she brought them back here, and through various experiments resulted in the Erisai.
Yep, and she considers herself a god because of it.
Terrifying thing about that is that inside every Erisai, there's a Fae screaming to be let out.
Yeah, well, you know, that's a matter of opinion.
I think that's fairly well established.
No, the Erisai, you know, love being an Erisai. Because being an Erisai is awesome. Erisai are so cool, you know. Especially Erisai that serve. Okay, this is the way that leads to... No, that's the way that leads out. Yes, I'm not going to take the long way around. We're going to take the swimmy way. So, there is a fire pot here that you can click. I got to get up there because I think that's the way to... Okay, yeah. Okay, over here. Yeah, there's third gate. Or fourth gate. There's a fire pot here that it will tell you don't have a key. It's locked and you're not holding the key. It leads to Feydark. Lesser Fey, the Teardal camp there. I was a guide, and guides get all the keys. And I found out that way. So here is like a little church. Let me invis myself because some of that stuff attacks. Because it's part of the EverQuest. But there's actually a little temple that we used to use for roleplay events back here. EverQuest 1. God knows why we have the human face, but whatever. We used to use this as our temple. In EverQuest 1. Back when I roleplayed then. I was in my roleplay guild to do our little church services. And you have like a little areas to sit, a little library. So a little bitty church of an orc. All right. Let's go deeper into Neriac, which wasn't usually allowed. And when I talk about how you're going to see similarities, look at these pillars. In we go.
The feeble remnants of the Thexian army will soon be hunted to extinction.
I also love how the NPCs just tell you lore. Like you overhear their gossips.
To serve our queen.
Arm of the Queen. And you have the Prince, Terrence Thex. And whoever she's got him decided he's gonna marry.
You have no right to address me.
I'm busy
fool.
right now. Leave me. I'm busy right now.
Sounds so
Leave
sad.
me.
Okay. I do not know this area very well. I have to wander around because this is not original EverQuest. But you're gonna start to see all kinds of things that look real familiar. Here's our symbol again. Let's go. Yeah, this way. This is where we meet Kristanos. And the king.
So this is before the king was killed?
Mm-hmm. This is Alice, I think? Where am I? The black sun is everywhere, too. Speaking of darkness, look at that. They're doing all these experiments on Draken, which are dragon elves. Kind of like the Erican, but not enslaved like the Erican.
I had an impression that the Erican are from another plane, dimension, alternate timeline. I'm not even sure where Carahim got them from.
Crafted them. Erican are dragon elves.
See, I wasn't sure if he made them or if they were a pre-existing species that he just came across and dominated.
It's not clear. I think that there's probably they probably naturally occurred because again, elves can seem to be able to reproduce with anything, and so he probably.
I think there are a few species that are not cross-compatible with anyone. Like I believe that it's stated that gnomes can only breed with each other.
Maybe.
And Rotanga, of course, would probably only be able to breed with each other. Same for Kara, Ixar, and species like that.
Yeah, and Ixar, are lizards based. So see, look at that. That is EverQuest 2 structure.
Yeah, that's definitely it's different.
It is straight up EverQuest 2 structure. Like, if we...
It's very similar to what you have right there.
Yep. It is almost exactly the same. They even use the lanterns.
Yeah, those are definitely Q2 right there.
Yeah.
Those lampposts.
Oh yeah. And I can't get in there because I haven't done whatever quest it takes. So I think I have to go around the long way to get to the temple or the palace. Again, I didn't play this expansion much, so I've played this game on and off and bought on and off different quest lines. So this is on my list of things to do when we're talking about playing over here. This, and I want to discover. I needed to discover do the research on the Alaran gods and the gods of Discord that followed them here and brought all the discordant creatures in, because there's a possibility that we might get them, and then there's also the possibility that remnants of the Combine Empire are going to show up underwater on Norath, just like they did in EQ1. That Safkata was actually ended up underwater here on Norath, while the rest of the Combine Empire fled, and they're trying to bring him back because he's still not dead. That's confirmed in EQ2. He is not dead. His body, he's in a coma or this kind of living death. And in the Ocean of Tears book, we find out that the reason or what killed or poisoned him was a serpent of hate, which is the exterior manifestations. Basically, it's a spell that makes you vomit up all your hate into a noxious serpent. So this very much looks like the approach to the castle. See?
Yeah, it does look very similar.
I mean, even down to the pits. And this is the palace. With the little eyes. And see, that's her familiar. And he comes from the plane of hate.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if I'd seen a creature like that exactly in the Shard of Hate.
It's not exactly like that, but we also haven't only seen bits and pieces of the Shard of Hate.
Well, the resolution of your game went really
interesting. You can see kind of the serpent tongue creature right there on those banners.
Kind of very blurry now.
Oh, my resolution? Yeah.
It's dropped off noticeably.
Yeah, my network might be. We had some network issues earlier, so hopefully it gets better. And yeah, EQ2 is very much an EQ1 these days. So, let's see. Let's see if it gets any better. Let me know how the quality is. So you get the king and the queen right there. I might also just need to drop, playing both games.
Yeah, you said your computer was chugging a bit, so.
It was chugging a little bit earlier, and so, I mean, I've been running both games for, 3 hours, so.
I think it's starting to really not like it.
Well, here. We've already seen the similarities. I will log out of EQ2.